Hello everyone and welcome to the RGDS podcast. The podcast that a couple of nutters decide to do an epic, marvellously epic, very long, probably get divorced from our wives type of podcast. What am I talking about here? Well, in this episode we are covering the User Sinclair official top 100 Spectrum games of all time. Now, madness, yeah. Done in two parts, mind you. So, in this particular episode, we'll be doing the first 50. Now, you hear him chuckling in the background. So, obviously, I'm your host, Kingy, and joining me in this fantastic but mad episode is none other than the Drisk himself, Paul Driscoll. Hello!
Hello.
How
It
did
all feels very familiar.
Yes. Shall we confess, Mr.
I
Driscoll?
think we should. I think our listeners deserve the confession.
My microphone mucked up, folks. Normally when we record these things, we do what's called stereo split. So I'm on the left channel, Paul is on the right channel. So when it comes to editing, any noise or over speaking, you can mute or cut, and it makes editing easier. Also, on top of that, for whatever reason, I blame the wife for dusting. I'll do that. But she never comes in here to dust, but I'll just do that anyway. I had the wrong cartoid setting on my microphone, so it was on stereo. And because I've got new curved monitors, my voice was bouncing off them just like a concave lens or mirror dish, like a satellite dish. The sound's bouncing back off them, and my voice was horrific. So
it was
like,
really echoey. We thought
really echoey.
we can't put you guys through that. So this is how much we love you guys. We're recording it again.
Now, I'm not going to say the number of hours it was the last time, but it was many. We may do it shorter this time, who knows? But no,
Who knows?
it will
Yeah.
probably
Practice
be
makes perfect. Yeah.
indeed. So this is a labour of love. So, but we'll get right onto it because it is a long episode, and Paul's not long come off a previous podcast. Anyways, there's nothing new to report in terms of view time.
News, but I do think we ought to say to our listeners and perhaps our more global listeners what your Sinclair is.
Sure. Yep. Exactly that. Yeah.
So back in the day, you had three main Spectrum, which was like an 8-bit early computer, very popular in obviously the UK and Europe and
parts of Europe,
Eastern, and certainly Eastern Europe as well, and Russia, etc. So very, very popular magazine, computer. But there were essentially three magazines. You had CRASH, which was I know that's a favourite of yours, Kingy, isn't it? You love your CRASH.
Do love my CRASH, yeah.
Yeah, and a great magazine. And then you had Your Sinclair, which is what this top 100 is based on. And that tended to be not as good with the reviews in terms of accuracy. There was a few eyebrows raised.
Even the depth that the reviewers went down to, because I don't think they would dedicate as many pages to a AAA game.
Well, they always went for the giggles. That was the thing. Yeah, so I mean, you got Stuart Campbell who compiled this top 100 list for Your Sinclair in issue 770, which was October 1991. So quite late into the
it was
Spectrum
archived over 3 issues.
Yes.
That wasn't to elongate the suspense of finding out what was going to be number one.
Exactly, but I mean, I just always loved the humour of Your Sinclair. It was the same with, I mean, for people who love the Amiga, a lot of the people involved with Your Sinclair went on to do Amiga Power, so it was a similar tone. Yeah. And then you had the third magazine, which was Sinclair User. That tended to be the more drier, although in the later era, like type-ins and a bit more serious. But in the later era, they went more actually wilder than Your Sinclair.
Yeah, but it was kind of cringy. It was almost like your dad dancing at a wedding, to the Down with the Kids type music. It was just a bit. I preferred the stuffier and dry thing because I liked the type-ins back then.
Yeah. I mean, I was a magazine whore. I just went with whatever cover tape.
For sure,
had the best.
Sure.
But your Sinclair was my favourite.
Mind me again. I'm just digressing slightly. What was the? Their mascot, they had the bear, Kamikaze Bear.
That was right? Sinclair User.
Yeah, that's what I'm about there. Yeah. What was the Space Harrier game called?
Was it Bear a Grudge? I think it was called.
It was a Bear a Grudge, because I know there was Go Bear Go, but that was a
Bear
top
as
down.
in teddy bear,
Yeah.
BEAR.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember the name of it there. I just
Yeah,
talked about it there,
I used to love. I mean, I found plenty of like drawings I used to do of the SU Bear. I used to love the SU Bear. He was pretty
Awesome.
cool. But yeah, no. So that's the idea. So this was 1991. Stuart Campbell, who is actually my favourite game reviewer of all time. I've always loved his work, and he did this top 100. So I think it's really, really good. One, to cover it, because I think there's loads of interesting things, isn't there, Kingy, to cover.
Absolutely.
With the top 100, and he always chooses off, not always the ones you'd expect in the top 100.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, it's subjective, isn't it?
It's subjective, but that's a good thing, because there's lots of games here that were new to me. I'm sure they'll be new to you, the listeners, and it's great to discover. And even if it's ones you've played before, it's probably ones that you'd perhaps not gone back to in years.
That's that's been more the point for me, that your memory of it just tells you it's dated, perhaps, and you don't feel necessarily overly nostalgic, the same as your normal go-to games. But on firing these up, you actually realise how nostalgic they actually are. It's just you haven't delved into them for many a years. Perhaps since you've owned a Spectrum, never bothered doing it under emulation, or on flash carts, or Spectrum Next, or whatever you choose to play your Spectrum on.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, there's so many ways to play the Spectrum today. I mean, obviously, your RetroArch, you can get the core for Spectrum. That's a great way of doing it. We always love the Spectaculator. That's probably the most accurate, isn't it, of emulation? But we will put in the show notes, there's a really good From the World of Stuart website. I think it was compiled by somebody else on his behalf, but it's a lovingly retyped in of the top 100 list. But more importantly, each one has a link, so you can actually even play it online, the games that we're about to mention. So it's really easy if you go to the show notes, to try any of these games and see what you think, and reach your own opinions. And if you do, we'd love to hear about it.
Yeah, or always remember, there's always the video companion on YouTube as well, which we've terribly played these games and are absolutely chronic at. I mean, you probably get to laugh at how poor we are.
Well, they won't be as bad as if these are all Kingy did all the videos. When you came up with this crazy idea, Kingy, wasn't it? I was like saying, only if you do the video footage.
And re-record it a second time. That was in the initial agreement in our mission statement.
Yeah, we like it so much, we're going to record it twice. Yeah. So shall we make a start?
Let's do this then, yeah. So, obviously, what Paul had alluded to is on the World of Stuart website, you've got this replication of how it was presented in your Sinclair magazine. And there's a little blurb of the games here, which I think, to do it justice, we shall take turnabout reading them to say what Stuart himself had said about such games, So let's begin. So let's go with 100, right? Wow, a long way to go. Remember when we got to 50 the other day? Anyway, no more of this, right? We'll not mention that again, but let's go. So, number 100. That is Zzoom by Imagine, came out in 1983, written by the great and sadly late John Gibson. But before I get into the game, let's read from the excerpt what Stuart Campbell has to say about this game. This was probably the first Becky game designed with sadists in mind. In itself, it was a zappy and challenging shoot-'em-up, but the most fun in Zzoom was to be had by the merciless slaughtering of the refugees you were supposed to be protecting, and watching them spin up in the air in a gruesome bloodied mess. If you had immense self-discipline, needed not to do this though, you can console yourself by playing a fast and smooth 3D blaster that was more than a little bit ahead of its time, as well as being probably the original Imagine's finest hour. So, Paul, would you like to just give a little description of this game
Of
here?
course. So, as you mentioned, this is John Gibson, fame. Sadly, passed away last year. He did Frankie Goes to Hollywood, and even went on to do work with on the game MotorStorm games and Drive Club even. But yeah, I mean, cast your mind back to 1983. I mean, he really did clever stuff. This basically is like a pseudo-scalar 3D. You get different areas. Level 1 is like on a runway, and you're sort of like moving across. And the whole idea, you can see moving across the runway, and you basically have like refugees running bizarrely left and right to left. I don't know why they're running in both directions, but all the while there's these rather natty, clever, like little planes. They look great, isn't it? Moving in different angles and things, and they will try and bomb and kill the refugees. You have a gun turret on whatever thing that you're trundling along the ground with, and you basically shoot the planes. But of course, you've got to sort of work it out. It's not as easy as just straight targeting. You've got to get them before they bomb your refugees and rescue as many as possible, really. That's it. But it's particularly I shouldn't say it's funny, but it is when you like when they nearly bomb the refugees, they sort of wave their hands in panic and stand there waving their hands, and there's just a lot of I don't want to say humor, but a lot of character in this game that is really impressive, considering when you think this is 1983. So I mean, what did you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of fond memories of this. I used to play at my mate's house. It's funny, he had a lot of the Imagine label games. I think his mum and dad were sold into the fanfare and glitter that Imagine games are always given, forced into the illusion that you're buying a quality product simply because how it was marketed and the quality of the cover art. It was far ahead of its time, better than any of the contemporaries in this period, in this early period of the Spectrum's history. But yeah, it's a really fun arcade game. Obviously dated now, but back then, I mean, the first thing is, everyone who reminisces over Zzoom will always say, that's that game you get to shoot the refugees. And they spin in the air, and it's hilarious, and that's all I did in the game. I didn't want to do anything else. But like he said in his blurb, if you can pull yourself away from that and start playing the game how it's meant to be, it's quite a challenge and quite enjoyable. And I love how you can see the planes coming in the distance. You can't shoot them that, because they're out of range, too far away. And then, like you said, with kind of a scalar-like feel, the zoom forward and then the swoop and then start bombing the refugees walking out along the bottom. Limited, yes. Ultimately, there really is only two different areas in the game, kind of greenery and then the desert with tanks. Then after that, it's not just planes. But it was so tough that it took me years, to be honest, to get to the further stage. It was just a frustratingly tough game, trying to save these very slow moving lemmings on the bottom of the ground. But impressive nonetheless. I wouldn't necessarily put it in my top 100, but despite that, I do have quite fond memories of it.
Yeah, I'm probably with you. It probably wouldn't be my top 100. This was new to me, actually. I've not played this one. I mean, I know of it, but never really sat down and sort of played it. And it's from the rather slow rendition of the Dam Buster music playing at the beginning. It's quite an engaging little game, particularly when you take into consideration the age of it. The fact that it's 1983. One of the things is if you see under the Zzoom, as it says on the cover, it says Nomen Ludi, which I was curious what that is, but of course it is the name of the game, which is Imagine's like tagline. So just repeating it there, I thought it
and
was.
if you ever
something
played Jet
else.
Set Willy, there's a room called Nomen Looney, which is just a play on the words off that.
Of that. Oh, that's quite cool. Yeah. So one of the things that we've done as well is we've looked at a variety of top 100 lists that others have done. And we're going to mention them as well as our top 40, which of course is the only one you really need to worry about, isn't it, Kingy?
Apart from Beer Bother.
Apart from Bear Bother, how dare you, sir? That was my one inclusion to that top 40 list. Yeah, so we'll mention, so because Crash did a top 100, so we'll give reference when that happened. The World of Spectrum, there's like the people vote, so we'll mention with that. Our top 40, and also Graham Mason, aka Wizwords, who's a colleague of yours on the Crash and Zap Mags, isn't it? And
we've had him on. He was on the podcast many years ago when we covered 8-bit magazines.
Ah, of course. And he's written for Retro Gamer as well, so he certainly knows his onions when it comes to the Spectrum. And he put this on position 76, so he's very much an advocate of this one.
He just likes shooting refugees as well.
Yeah,
that's all that is.
That's all the fond memories. Yeah, so great one. That's a great one for the top 100. So shall we go on to the next one then?
Yeah, you take it away. Sure one.
Yeah. So number 99 is Maziacs, which is done by DK Tronics. It's another 1983 game, so another old game. This time, actually, one of the first games of Don Priestley, who of course went on to do Trapdoor and Popeye and Benny Hill Chase, isn't it? Things like that. Madcap Chase. But let's hear what Stuart Campbell has to say about this one and why he put it in his top 100. The advertisements of this claustrophobic maze game, actually an update of Maziacs, probably the most popular ZX81 game ever, claimed that the fight sequences were choreographed with the aid of real live stuntmen. And for once you could almost believe it. It wasn't a game for arachnophobes though, as seeing your brave little adventurer clamped broken-backed between the jaws of an evil spider-like Maziac was enough to put a shiver up the spine of all but the most stout of heart. Maziacs was a game with more character than 1,000 Turricans and more horror than all the Nightmare on Elm Street movies put together. So that's quite a cool sort of synopsis by Stuart Campbell there. But I'll go to Kingy. Well, what's your take of this one?
Yeah, another one I've got very
Describe
much...
the game as well. Yeah.
I've got very much fond memories of this. It's an early doors when I played and just fell in... It was one of these games that I did fall in love with the Spectrum with. So it's a top-down maze game where you have a main character who runs about the maze trying to avoid the Maziacs or the creatures, whatever you want to call them, and sort of bipod alien creatures, quite terrifying looking things. And I remember being absolutely terrified of them back in the day. It just instilled that fear in you when you're playing. So the basic premise is there's a random maze that gets generated, so no single game is the same, which I think is fantastic in an old game like that you can't simply learn the maze. And that's good because there's another mechanic in the game that's important that helps you navigate such labyrinth, and that is there are prisoners tied to the wall in shackles in little sort of bubble spheres, and when you touch them against the edge of the maze wall, you get a little yellow pathway of limited time that starts showing you the route towards the treasure, or if you've got the treasure, the reverse to where the exit is. And basically you either have to avoid the monsters in the maze or take a chance fighting them. Now, if you don't have a weapon, because there's swords you can collect that are scattered amongst the maze.
But they're only one use, aren't they, the swords?
Yeah, after a battle it gets used up then. But it's always better, I think, personally, to always have a weapon, or you're just going to die. Or there's little... I think you say there's like an upside-down acorn or seeds or whatever it is that replenish your energy. And that's pretty much the game, to be honest. Brilliant though. What really stands out in it is it has fantastic fight sequences when you're battling the monsters. I just love the whole. It's a scrap. It's the best. You're on top of it. You're under it. You're at the side of it. It's just brilliant to watch every time. I'm never tired watching that kind of fight sequence.
Yeah, and it's great, isn't it? You see them. You see the little stick man, because it is a stick man that you control. When he's defeated the aliens. What they bring to mind is the aliens from aliens from Starship Troopers.
Yes.
They kind of look like those. So you see this big sort of like punch up between them. Great animation. It really is. It's not just a simple. It's a proper fight that goes on. But when your little character wins, he puts his hands in the air as a sort of like a little cheer, and it really makes you feel good. You feel you've achieved, even though you had nothing to do with the fight really, apart from making sure you had a sword. It was it's just nice, and you can see. Don Priestley did this throughout his career. He was just so good at capturing animation and the little nuances that just made it so lovable and special. Absolutely. Really, isn't it? Yeah. I really like this. I thought you're right, it's a simple premise. It's tougher on the way back, isn't it, when you got the treasure. There's a bit of tactical element as well as avoiding the enemies if you can, but to make sure you leave, you don't eat all the seed, the food. You've got to be careful what you eat and etc. And also when you reach the prisoners, although I thought it was a bit cruel that you don't actually rescue the prisoners.
He's out
you just
for the
ask
treasure.
them away. There's the prisoners all chained up in a cave, like sort of like a. Well, it's like, I guess it's a cave in the wall, a hole in the wall,
something
isn't it?
like that. Yeah.
And instead of rescuing them or using your sword to unlock them, you just say, "Hey, mate, where's the way to the treasure? I'm more interested in the treasure than saving you." And they tell you.
That's the way life is, Yeah. But they are people who probably dared to enter the maze prior to him, and for the very same thing. I want the treasure, but that's tough. They're caught, and that's it. For their greed, they've been imprisoned.
Yeah, but overall, I thought this was a really cute game. Again, you've got to put your mind in. It's 1983. A surprising number of these games that we're going to mention are like 1983 or very early.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can see that was a golden era for Stuart Campbell, wasn't it? That's when he was at his. Yeah. Clearly, these are where his nostalgia went for a lot of them.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But another great entry. I really do.
Yeah. Right, number 98 now. What's going to be here then? Well, we're on an arcade port, folks, and it's Pheenix by Mega Dodo. And that, yet again, came out in 1983. So what does Stuart have to say about Pheenix? There are people who'd have you believe that Pang, or Toki, or even Midnight Resistance represents the pinnacle of the art of specky coin-up conversion. Not so. The true zenith was reached as far back as 1983 with his flawless, except for the spelling anyway, copy of the arcade game Pheenix, forerunner of this year's Mega Pheenix from Dynamic. It's still the zappiest Space Invaders type shoot 'em up there is, and if you don't need higher education to play it, who gives a monkeys?
Yeah, but it's Pheenix. But it does mix things up enough where it's worth playing this in today's world where, because obviously we can go into playing the arcade original. There's enough slight nuance and changes to make it worth playing. This was another one that was new to me as well, and I was really blown away with it. It runs at a pretty cracking pace. There's all the variety and then some of the Pheenix original, arcade original. Of course, it's done by Taito, of what it's based. I was really impressed. I love the little the mothership with the little alien waving his hands. So it's a nice little character. Back in the day, this must have been really, really impressive.
It was. I came across it back in, it must have been 1984 I played this, and
Yeah.
I just thought it was good enough to convince me, especially younger me, without sort of cynical approach to gaming, like old age brings, that you were playing the arcade version at home.
Yeah,
Despite,
I can see that.
like you said, the differences and changes. The colours are fantastic, with no colour clash. Even if you look at the birds, the Pheenix creatures themselves, they are made in up of two different colours. No colour. Normally, you get used to games are just singular colour, and sort of later year Spectrum games, and unless you get some coding gods, as you know, that start doing wonders with them. But this just looked visually impressive. I know it's very easy to do, minus the colour crash with a black background. You know, that makes life a hell of a lot easier. But it just looked impressive, and the sound effects were pretty decent as well. It just gave you that thrill and excitement, and especially when you're fighting the mothership on that kind of final level, if you want to call it that, and you know you have to blow up the bottom parts of the ship, and it's more like I suppose like Yar's Revenge or anything like that. If anybody's not played Pheenix, I'm sure they do, where it keeps scrolling, so you have to keep shooting it to create that pathway for your bullet to go and hit the head honcho alien in the centre. And it was just great fun. It really does represent the arcade well, and that's really good for 1983, because normally these kind of games, I think the BBC Micro did more fantastic of the early doors arcade ports more than any other home microsystem at this time, but this really stands out, this one, for sure.
Yeah, no, I agree. And of course, it's made by Martin Ward. Now, he did Buggy Boy ports on the Amiga, and also Aqua Blasters, or Live and Let Die as we knew it, the James Bond game we covered. You know, he did the Amiga conversion of that. So he also did actually the Amiga ports of Paperboy and Commando. So it's nice to see he carried on bringing some other great arcade games to the home as well. But this, really impressed me. Very new to me, but I'm glad to have played it. I really enjoyed this.
Very good.
Right, shall we go on to the next one then?
Off you go, mate.
Yeah. So we're on 97, and it's Mined Out by Quicksilver. This is another, yes, you guessed it, 1983 game. And it's made by Ian Andrew, he of the Free Space Engine, Dark Side, Total Eclipse, etc. So let's hear what Stuart Campbell had to say about this one. There aren't many games in the top 100 written in BASIC. That won't surprise anyone. But what might surprise you is the quality of this one. Mined Out set the player down in an almost blank screen full of invisible mines, and then challenged you to reach the other side with the aid of a mine detector, which told you how many mines were beside you, but not where they were. The resulting logic puzzle made for one of the greatest mine teasers ever devised. And when the later levels added a distinctly ponderous chaser, the frantic, self-inflicted pressure could make a bald man of John Bon Jovi. So this is basically Minesweeper meets Dig Dug, if you wanted the tagline. But I'll go to you, Kingy. Do you want to describe it a little bit more detail?
Exactly as you said there. This is one of the earliest, or the seed of Minesweeper that we know of anyway. But basically, you're not clicking grid tiles, so you actually move a cursor on the screen. So you start off at the bottom of the screen, and you have to get out the gateway at the top. But as you said, with each move, it eats away at a bit of the dirt, if you want to call it that. And so you know the path you've already trodden on, that it's safe. But then you get an alert of how many adjacent mines, whether ones are horizontal or vertical from you. But like you also said, reading that excerpt there, Paul, you just don't know. There's sometimes you have to take a gamble or an educated guess, but there's always a route and always a pathway through. Now, what's good about this is it's obviously a random playfield in each level, so there's no ever one game the same again, so that makes that highly enjoyable. If you're successful enough to progress onto the other levels, there's little damsels in distress, like say on Ant Attack, that you must collect as well on these particular levels. So it's written in BASIC, it's quite slow, but it is one of these slouch back on your chair and just think about this. Now, I bought this back in the day from... Remember I referred to that record shop called Drennan's, and when I bought... It was basically stocked a truckload of Quicksilver games. Every Quicksilver game that you can ever imagine was in that shop. I don't know if it was crooked or whatever, but they were all just on sale for £1.50 each. Right, wow. So it's like, wow. So I bought, things like Fantastic Voyage of Blood and Guts, and Anatak, and Fred, or whatever else. You can imagine all the
games.
Buggy Boy the Flea, another fantastic one. Love that game. And I was sucked in because you just read the description, sounded interesting, but lured by that excellent cover art.
Oh, the cover is... I mean, you'll see it on the video version, plug for our video version, but the like all these minefields in space, and then you've got like a worm, sort of giant...
And a naked lady with nipples you can hang your jacket on, caught in a bubble, floating above.
Caught in a bubble, yes, it's true that, I found it... Because it's really weird with this is that we had this game, but I don't really remember playing it. I remember the cover art, not necessarily for the naked woman with her nipples hanging out, but more for... I was too young for that. But the it's just a really cool, quite engaging cover, isn't it? Yeah. But I think it's one of those that probably I haven't got the memories of it. It's because I probably tried it once as a young nipper, and thought this is really boring, and never went back to it. I didn't buy the game. It was probably one my brother bought, or probably for the nipples, or my dad. But this is really good. I mean, if you love Minesweeper, it's the same logic. But I like the idea that you're, with all the extra bits, the fact either rescuing people or to get through from the bottom to the top, it gives it a bit of progression which you don't get in Minesweeper. But still that same sort of logic. So unique game, and I'm surprised I've never seen it done again, which surprises me. You'd thought like indie devs like the public domain days would have tried to recreate this game.
Sure. Well, I will tell you something. I didn't tell you this the first time we recorded this show. I was not going to mention that again. I actually made a remake of this.
Did you?
Yeah, it's up on archive.org. I'll put a show note link in.
Yeah, if we put it in the show note link, that'd be really cool.
Rather than it being static, I've created it more like an arena. Like I've done it like a Running Man game as a TV show, right? And you must survive the challenges in each of the arenas to progress. So I just wanted to give it a bit backstory and things like that, but it's still called
dear listeners, that's really there was nothing wrong with the first recording. You just realised you forgot to plug his.
So we re-recorded. Re-record. Listen, I don't. All my games are crap. I'll be honest about that.
No, I'm looking forward to try that because it's a great concept, isn't it? But of course, you're right. The base, the fact that it's written in base, it does make it a bit slow and clunky, which doesn't really matter with this game.
It's not a game that needs speed, so you can't play it. You're more bored waiting on it. Arranging the minefield when each level starts. It's like, come on, hurry up! I want to play this. But I mean, you're only talking, 10, 15 seconds. But when you're a kid, that is forever.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. But no, another really good one.
Yeah.
There.
So for number 96, we're yet again in the land of 1983, jumping about with 90s here, 96, 93. I'm forgetting what number I'm bloody on at times. But anyway, 1983 gave us Cruising on Broadway. So let's see what Stuart said about this. Take a look at that screenshot. Does it look like the dullest thing you've ever seen on a Spectrum screen? If it does, think again, because to a veteran gamer, it looks like a pick of one of the most addictive games ever to grace a computer screen. Cruising was a painting game where you controlled a character square around a series of mazes made up of single pixel lines, pursued by another character square, or on later levels, 2 other character squares. And that was all. The only way to discover just how compulsive it was, though, is to play it. Alternatively, you can always take my word for it. I wouldn't lie to you. Well, actually, in this instance, is a lying bampot, right? I'm not keen on this game too much, but do you want to give it a bit of description for the
Yeah, I'm probably with you on this. So basically, it's so you have like a line shape, if you imagine like sort of pre-drawn lines on a screen in a pattern. And the idea is that you're a little yellow square, and you just must ride along all the lines, painting them in from white to green, whilst avoiding the red square that's trying to stop you. And to add a little bit more, you can create gaps, which will be a block, a temporary block for the opponent, making it slow for them to cross you. So there's that little bit of element of skill to help get you through. I'm with you, Kingy. This is it's just too frustrating for me. I think I didn't really click with it. Too often you just can't escape the red square, and it's just not very engaging. There's not a lot to it.
No.
Now, I've got a good sense of the sort of person that Stuart Campbell is, and I can imagine why he likes this sort of game, because it's he loves impossibly difficult games and a lot of challenge. But for me, I mean, there's not a lot I can really say beyond what I've said. It's certainly wouldn't be on my top 100. There's far better examples than this. First disappointment for me of this list.
Yeah, I'd say. I'm not a huge fan of painter games either. Yeah. There's a kind of platform painter one coming up a little bit later on. I'll say my opinions on that as well. But I just don't... I think the biggest problem in this game, what kills the flow of playing this, because a game like this needs good flow. And where the intersections are, where the lines cross, you can choose the direction you want to go, obviously, to evade the red square coming towards you. And it's highly inaccurate to get in it. It's difficult. It's not like a game like, say, Chuck Egg, where you're running along the bottom platform, but if you then press up, Henhouse Harry goes immediately that direction up the first ladder he comes in contact with. No, it doesn't respond like that. You need to stop, press right or press down or whatever. I just don't enjoy that, because that kind of flow is broken by too much concentration on getting through the intersection, and especially on later levels it becomes more intricate, the winding spaghetti of lines. So it doesn't work for me, I'm afraid. I think this is one of the few that is like a complete wart on the top 100 list, to be honest. But
he's always the same way. I mean, he always put us some curveballs, like on the Amiga Power, the top 100 for the Amiga that he did. There was always ones that were his personal favourites that you managed to always get in these lists, and you're like, would that be my top 100? But then, as we say, it's all subjective, and I don't regret having played it. It's a new one for me, but not for me really.
Yeah.
Right. So we've gone the next one. So we're on 95. This is The Train Game by Microsphere. This is another 1983 game. Yes, you guessed it, and it's David Rady did this, who did School Days and Back to School. So let's hear what Stuart had to say of it. The Train Game, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love British Rail. Once you've played The Train Game, you'll forgive British Rail for every delay they've ever had. You see, this is terrifying pressure brought on by trying to direct half a dozen trains simultaneously around a track with 26 sets of points, stopping them from crashing into each other or derailing. diverting runaway locos away from potential disaster and keeping 5 or 6 platforms full of impatient commuters happy all at the same time is almost too much to bear in a specky game. Never mind doing it for real. A perfect difficulty curve leads you up the garden path, and then the train game ties you to the track and runs over your head. Do you want to sort of explain to our listeners what it actually is as a game?
For sure, mate. So it is a very basic single-screen game where you have a whole network of rail lines going to stations and dead ends and what else. And you have to manage the interchanging of tracks. So at each cross-section where you can change the train to move to another track as a corresponding letter, so A to Z. So you're basically using the whole keyboard, keeping an eye on the whole network rail thing. So you can imagine, I think we've seen that on TV and documentaries. You've maybe seen a net behind the scenes at Network Rail, and you have the whole network map up on the screen and showing where trains are. This is exactly what this is like, and it is bloody stressful, addictive as hell, but such a stressful game. I'd probably have more fun and be at a bit more ease playing this on a Hornby train set, trying to manage this than on a computer, because it throws everything is got at you as the level progresses. So you have to pick up passengers, so you have to guide the trains towards the stations, tell them to stop, then move, and it's like spinning plates, because more trains on, or passengers are wanting off, passengers are wanting on, and you don't want any derailing, crashes, or anything in between. Maybe it sounds dull, but back then it was just it was a genuinely fun game to play. Very basic and easy to understand, and it sounds like a cliche, but takes ages to master. It is. I think it's indicative of Dave Reedy's genius. I mean, he evolved to create some really incredible games for the Spectrum, obviously evolving up to Back to School Days, Contact Sam Cruise, these kind of games, which I adore. I'm a fan of this man and his games. I really love it, and it's highly enjoyable. I mean, yeah, it's dated now, and there's better things to play. There probably is apps on your mobile phone that are this game these days, where you just touch the screen when you want to change the rail link between tracks. But back then, learn the keyboard, know where the letters are. That was another thing, This is a precursor to Mavis Beacon teaches typing with a game within it. But yeah, pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't like this sort of game. Not taking anything. I think what it does is really, really good. The fact that everything's clearly laid out, you can see every sort of point. It's very clear to read all the letters of the alphabet, and as gameplay, it works great. It's just I get stressed with these sort of games. I'm rubbish at when people like rub their belly and pat my head. I can't even do that. I'm always like patting my head at the same time. I'm just rubbish at sort of multitasking, and this stresses me out because I just end up sort of crashing, and I just don't enjoy it. And the same with like Locomotion and all those sort of games. I just don't enjoy them. But that's not taking anything away from this game. That's just a personal choice. If you love those sort of games, this is really solid. And I think it holds up really well, because you don't need fancy graphics for a game like this. And in fact, it would probably ruin it if it was fancier graphics and just... Yeah,
but your imagination takes you there. You really do visualise it in a different way than what is laid out and represented in front of you. Your imagination just runs riot with it, and you do feel you're this real control master.
But you wouldn't... I mean... It needs to be this visually simple in a game like this, because otherwise you wouldn't really know what was going on. The fact that it's so simple, there's in terms of visual style, there's nothing that it's always your fault. It's not that I couldn't see what was going on because there's too much. It's all very intuitive with pressing the key, the relevant key for the particular point in the track. I not for me, but I can see why it's in his top 100.
What's also good is Richard Smart, or Ginger Tips as we know him on Discord, chat channel, he reminded me, which I completely forgot about, that side A and side B on the cassette are 2 different track layouts. So you have, still albeit the same game, but two games for the price of one if you want.
No, that's nice, isn't it? Yeah, and it just shows. You're right. It shows the skill and genius of David Rady. Really, another one totally new to me as well.
All right, okay.
Just to add.
Cool. Right, number 94. We're onto a big one here. This is probably one of the this one here will probably be on most people's lists, perhaps.
Yeah.
What I'm on about? Well, it's RoboCop from 1988, released by Ocean Software. So anyway, what does Stuart say about RoboCop? I shouldn't have to blow a trumpet for this game, and I don't need a drum either to beat support for possibly the longest running title on any computer games chart since the dawn of time. RoboCop's mix of perfectly executed subgames kept it at number 1 for almost a whole year after its release, and it's easy to see why, and indeed hear why. It's got some of the loveliest music in Specky history. Almost certainly the best movie conversion job the Spectrum's seen, and probably the best one is ever likely to. So in saying that, it's obviously inspired by the arcade, Data East arcade game as well, but it wasn't really that I recall. I always thought it was just a movie tie-in as well, because I never saw the arcade game either, you see. So to me, I always thought it was a movie tie-in until later years, if you see what I mean. But, if you want to describe this a little bit more to the listeners.
Yeah. So, I mean, just a little history with this. So, Ocean actually got the rights to RoboCop very early on. Like when it was a screenplay, they absolutely struck gold in realising that this would be a major hit movie when everybody thought it was just going to be this weird B-movie flick, low-budget B-movie flick. So they got the license early, and they rather cannily and cleverly went to Data East and said, okay, you design an arcade game we'll let you use a license to create an arcade game for yourselves, but all the home ports will, certainly on the computers, would be ourselves. That was basically the deal. So rather smart, because it turned out to be a massive arcade hit. I'm quite surprised actually you hadn't seen it in the arcades.
Didn't come to my arcade?
Yeah, it's so strange because it would seem to be everywhere. Real favourite. For those who perhaps have never seen it, and I'm sure that none of our listeners have this, it's basically a from the side RoboCop, and you basically punch and eventually shoot all the enemies on the screen. It's all pretty basic in that regard, but you get all the scenes from the movies, all the settings. You get to go up against an Ed 209 robot, and there's some big ender level bosses, etc. But what the home ports did, they took that even further. Rather than just take what was the arcade game, they put in all these mini games that really did add to it all. So not only did you have the shooting range like you did in the arcade, but you had things like photo fit, didn't you, where you had to like match up the face on the left by sort of sliding different parts of the face and the ears to get an exact match within the time limit. And they had like alleyway shooting where you had to like kill the bad guy and not the
women he's taking hostage,
taken hostage and things like that. Well, some of those were in the arcade as well, but it was a really, really solid port, and I think the Spectrum port is actually one of my favourite ports of any of the systems. I remember being so disappointed. I loved it on the Spectrum and I owned it on the Spectrum, but I was so disappointed when I got the Amiga version, because it just was pretty weak, compared to what the Spectrum could do. I guess I imagined it was going to be so much better being on the Amiga after upgrading. I mean, but what's your memories of this one?
Yeah, I mean, it was a day one adopter of this. I got it probably for my Christmas, round about that year, if I remember right. And the magazines, Crash and that, which just gave it such a rave review. And I'm sure on one of the earlier cover tapes. I may be wrong, but I'm sure it was a one-level demo as you were getting, or maybe it was maybe my demo. Sometimes Ocean gave a demo away with a, you know, if you bought
Another
this
game,
game. Yeah, I genuinely can't remember, but I do recall playing the demo. And it looks a bit more rudimentary now and that, but back then it really stood out. Highly addictive, just an enjoyable scrolling shoot 'em up kind of, you know, walk right and shoot kind of game with these mini games that you said. But I was blown away because I had my 128K Spectrum by that point, and the sampled speech.
Serve the public trust, protect the innocent, uphold the law.
At the beginning, you know, with RoboCop saying the prime directives to uphold the law and, you know, stuff like that. But Jonathan Dunn's soundtrack in this is exceptional. It really,
it's one of the best tunes.
It is. It's absolutely brilliant, and just that all the in-game tunes, not just the title screen tune, it's just absolutely fantastic. It was one of Ocean's best games, not the best, but it's up there with one of their best. I mean, I probably love Batman the movie better as a game.
Done by the same team.
Yeah, same team. It's the same kind of engine, and even the Untouchables as well. They're all kind of, when you start playing them all, they get a bit more cookie cutter, don't they? But you didn't really care about that at the time. They captured key moments in movies, or done very good ports of arcade licenses. You know, what's not to like about RoboCop? I mean, the movie is very quotable anyway, and we all loved the movie in its time when it came out.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, this is great. As it was the creme de la creme, you know, at this later period of Ocean, really, wasn't it? Because you had Michael Lamb on programming, and he did Renegade, Target Renegade, Arkanoid on the Spectrum, WC Le Mans, Arkanoid Revenge of Doe, Batman, as you mentioned, and of course they did these all on the Amiga as well, Amiga ports as well. Dawn Drake did many of the graphics of like Batman the movie and Target Renegade as well, and of course Bill Harbinson, which did all the graphics on Chase HQ and WC Le Mans and Daley Thompson's Olympic Challenge and those sort of ones. So just a really talented group of people, and you're right. It just, I love the Specky Work one. I have such high regard. I mean, one thing to our listeners, and I know we've mentioned it before in previous podcasts, but the Game Boy version is done by the same team who did the Spectrum. But it's interesting to see because they've used the extra power that the Game Boy has over the Spectrum, if you can believe the Game Boy has more power. But they've used that extra power and the sound chip to make it even better game. But it's essentially they took the Spectrum game and sort of improved
quality
upon
title
it.
to
So that's a great
Boy,
one to play. Very, very popular on the top 100 list, like you mentioned. We put it at number 27, so the only list you need to worry about is our list, our top 40. We put it at 27. Wizword put it at number 25 on his top 100 list. The World of Spectrum, so the people vote, they put it at 71, which I was surprised how low that is.
Low, sorry.
Yeah, low. Yeah. Crash, on their top 100, they put it at number 3, which really surprised me. And they said the best bit was the graphics and the non-stop action. The worst bit, I can't think of anything really, not with Robo Gun pointed at my head anyway. So yeah, they clearly love this game. Yeah, I think the only surprise for me is it's so low on his list. But then I'm kind of glad because, as we've said before, is that as good as it is to play arcade games, going back to them is always a bit difficult because, we live in a world where we amazingly can play the original arcade games ourselves, isn't it? So So good. But yeah, no, I do love the Specky version. I'm glad to have played it again. Right, so we're on 93. We're getting through them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Gyron by Firebird, and this came out in 1985. So let's hear what Stuart Campbell had to say about this game. It's almost inconceivable these days, but the reward for completing this game wasn't a naff little well done message or a pretty picture inviting you to play or buy the coming soon sequel. No. For finishing Gyron, you got a Porsche, a real one. Of course, it wasn't easy. The team of mathematicians who programmed the maze and all the movements of the Guardians to repeat only once every 10,000 years saw to that. But it was such an absorbing game that for many players, 10,000 years didn't seem too long to wait. So I'm going to pass it to you as we do. I was as lost on this as I was with Sentinel Kingy. So,
yeah, having digs at Sentinel again, are we? You know, having a pop. Right. Okay. Well, first of all, playing this for 10,000 seconds was excruciating, even for me, to be honest.
Yeah.
Gyron is a first-person 3D maze game where you have to work your way to the centre of the maze, the labyrinth. But the Guardians were big, giant blue spheres that rolled about it, you know. Big. So if you fought the spheres or the ball things on the TV show The Prisoner, were terrifying. These are even more terrifying. But the only way really to get to the centre of the maze was to shoot the towers when you were there. But it was a fiddly, clunky, and just counterintuitive game to play. I really didn't get much enjoyment out of it. I mean, it was broken into two parts as well to the game, so you did have a part A and part B, and I didn't care. That's really the problem. Now, on this dearer, it wasn't their silver label. This is the full-priced Firebird label. So you did have it in a big, glossy ultimate box with, you know, that sun orb thing on the front. You know, it did look a pricey and coveted game. It lured you towards purchasing it just on how the graphics looked, because statically it looks amazing on the back pictures and all the rest. But I've never been able to gel with it, nor really understand it, to be honest. I'll be absolutely frank about it here.
Yeah, it's sort of weird, isn't it? You've got to, like, there's gun turrets, which are those Guardian things. I did think it was very impressive, the very fast spinning shape in the bottom right-hand corner. It looks like a D&D dice spinning round, and you've got like wavy lines, and I think it's supposed to be like an overhead map, isn't it, at the top right?
I never
Lots of
understood
stuff
that
going
either.
on. Yeah, I find it too easy to get lost, and then, you know, I'm sure it's one that if you spent the time and to really learn the game, because this was another one totally new to me, maybe you could find some love with it. But the fact that it's not on any of the other top 100 lists, I think this is just another Stuartism, where he's fallen in love with a game that's off the beaten path, really. Or maybe just the allure of winning that Porsche 924. Quite an impressive prize, I have to say. I wonder if anyone did actually win it. Unfortunately, the deadline was November 1985.
So we can't win it now. I wonder if the statute of limitations is passed on that. Yeah, I mean, normally in something to this degree, there would be the RZX archive of this particular game. It doesn't exist, so someone's not been able to complete it on that. And if that's indicative of how difficult this game is, I don't think I ever want to try, even if the Porsche was up for grabs now.
Yeah. What's worse is that you, I was just going to say is that you didn't just win, finish the game and then you've won the Porsche 924. No, that just put you in the final playoffs to play another version of Gyron that they'd created for the playoffs. So you had to play it, like, I guess, in front of them to make sure, no one's hacked it, because you get like a code.
I'd rather stand and get kicked in the nuts than play this one.
Yeah. But if people did want to see what that final playoffs is, there's Gyron Arena, which they apparently released as a budget price version of this Gyron, that was the playoff. So after November 1985, there is if you love this game for whatever reason, you can play the final. The final version of it, if you like, the playoff version that you would have played if you'd completed the first game.
All right.
But yeah, not for me, this one.
Weirdly though, I remember purchasing from Romantic Robot the Multiface 128K, right?
Yeah.
And I kid you not, it came back addressed to Gyron King.
Gyron King.
Yeah. I wish I was the king of Gyron. I would have a Porsche then, but no, not for me, this one.
Not for me. Now, Kingy, as I've seen what the next 91 is, do you want me to read out 92?
Yes, please. Yeah. It makes sense in a few moments' time, people. Bear with us.
Yeah. So I'm going to read out 92. We'll do a little swap. 92 is Green Beret by Imagine. This came out in 1986, and it's a Joffa Smith game. Amazing program, if you don't know, on the Spectrum. You'll see his name mentioned a lot. And this is, of course, based on the Konami famous arcade coin-up. In America, you'll know it as Russian Attack. That play on words, which I always thought was a bit eye-rolly, but that's what it's called there. Over in Europe, it was just called Green Beret. But let's see what Stuart Campbell had to say about this one. A pretty low-key release on the Resurrected Imagine label. But just to say, resurrected, he means because they went bust, so they were bought by Ocean, just so you're aware. That's why. Green Beret, nevertheless, quickly became one of the Specky's most played games. It's hard to put your finger quite why it works so well. You could certainly never accuse it of being too involved. But the utter simplicity defies you to accept that you've been killed yet again. It makes you start another game before you realise the last one was finished. I still play this game and I've never been able to get to level 4. Enough said. So I sort of feel his pain. So do you want to describe this one a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, like you said there, we've been an arcade game. Most people will have played Green Beret, but it's a brilliant and very famous left-to-right scroller where you just have to fight or evade the hordes of enemies coming towards you, and they, by God, they do rush towards you on both sides, left and right. So primarily you're armed with your dagger, so there's a lot of yugging going on. Stab, 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 stab. If you're quite quick, it's. I think the collision detection is quite good, to be honest. And it's quite satisfying when you do stab them with your blade. But there are
very solidly built.
Yeah, very solidly built. You start off, a military base, and it just progresses on. It's just for the Spectrum. Now I'm going to come out here and say this. I actually like the Spectrum version far more than I do its arcade counterpart. It's very accurate towards it, but I find this far more accessible, and I can progress a bit further than I can. I mean, the arcade, I get slaughtered on. I mean, I watched Vic from 10 Pence Arcade Players. This is one of his most favourite games, and he's very good at it. He can almost single credit. If not, I think he does single credit it now, and that's a remarkable achievement. It's good watching someone very good at the game, but you know, you didn't always want to waste 10 pence down in arcades, we know this. So to come home and have this version to play I was convinced for years it was tit for tat. I mean, it's not right, but it's as near as damn it. It's a beautiful game.
Oh, solidly built.
Solidly built, great sound effects. It has the signature of Joffa Smith. His style of games feel like his games, right? They're his own engines and whatnot, and it's remarkable to play, really enjoyable. If you just need a bit of tenacity to keep playing it and getting better at the game. But yeah, a really top conversion this, and deservedly so being in the top 100, I think, if you want to include arcade conversions.
Yeah, didn't make our top 40, but then we tended to keep away from the arcade version. I've got a lot of fond memories of this. This came with my Spectrum Plus 2. So one of the compilations that came with my Spectrum Plus 2 was the Konami Coin-Op hits. So it had 5 Konami arcade conversions, mostly done by Joffa Smith, to be honest. And yeah, I mean, this was... I always struggled a little bit because it is a tough game with it. But yeah, much better than the arcade. I can never get on with the arcade game. I think it's quite subpar, actually, the arcade game, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. But that might be sour grapes because I'm not good at it. but yeah, I think this is really, really good version. It is rock hard. It will tear your hair out. But if you like the arcade game but want something more accessible, I think the Spectrum game is the one to sort of play. Yeah. Wizwords, Sir Graham Mason, he put it at number 17, so he truly loves this game. Mm-hmm. So, and I also want to mention the fantastic Bob Wakelin artwork. Always a pleasure seeing his covers, and this is, you know, it's got a good, cool little soldier on the front, isn't it? So really cool. Yeah. Do you want to cover, because I know it's a real favourite of yours, number 91?
This is my most favourite Spectrum game of all time, and it's as high up as, or low down, I keep saying high up, but you know what I mean, as low down as number 91 on the charts. Criminal. What I'm on about is Avalon by Hewson Consultants, which came out in 1984. Now, what is Avalon? Well, before we describe it, let's see what Stuart has to say about this. In its time, Avalon was called the first adventure movie. If that's true, it would have to be a David Lynch movie, because I haven't got a clue what's going on half the time. Still, you could well argue that this game was a direct ancestor of Fantasy World Dizzy and the like. What? Sorry. With its mix of adventure, puzzle and arcade skills calling for a real all-round effort to make any progress. This wasn't a game to pick up for a few minutes. Avalon drew you in and demanded all of your attention, and it usually got it. Well, you got that bit right. It's nothing like Dizzy, for crying out loud.
Yeah, do you want to describe to our listeners? Because it might be new to people.
Yeah. I mean, Avalon is this wonderful RPG-like adventure, very light on RPG elements, but
action RPG in it.
An action RPG, if you want. You play the wizard Marok, who has went to the Isle of Avalon to destroy the Dark Lord of Chaos. Now, he's such a chicken to actually go in there himself. He's sent his astral projection in, so he's meditating by a campfire.
So he's Luke Skywalker.
Yes, you've just ruined that crappy movie. Well, who cares? It was a crappy movie, wasn't it? Yeah. So you enter what originally is to get to all the different areas, the gatehouse level, which then eventually branches out off to subsections within this labyrinth. Now, it's just, apart from your 2D sprite of the wizard and perhaps the enemies and foe that you find within, everything else is wireframe in the game. It's very minimalistic. So the doors, a couple of lines for the background, walls, and maybe a couple of bricks or a bit of slime. That's all you see. Maybe a couple of foreground objects as well. So it just, people might think it looks very basic, but I just found it wonderful. It just fired up your imagination. And I was sucked into this game, and I still play it to this day yet, and thoroughly enjoy it. It gives me such enjoyment. It's my happy go-to game, this, all the time. And I just love how you can interact with the doors, find lots of spells. And the spells can, get energize, give you more energy, freeze your enemy. You can fire missiles, or you have a little servant that assists you. He's essential to, use the keys or other things you've found to solve the puzzles within the labyrinth. And it's just so addictive. I mean, I really can't describe my love for this game. I think this is Steve Turner, the author, his finest moment. Of course, there was a sequel, Dragon Talk, that people say is a better game. And in some ways, yes, it is, because it's more refined, the maze design and all the rest. But still, to me, this is the original and is the best.
Yeah, I mean, I never played this back in the day. I mean, I've played it many times since, because we've definitely covered it.
We have indeed.
And it's one of those, I kind of wish I played it back in the day, because I can imagine with that imagination, it's got such beautiful minimalist graphics of just showing that, just showing a few outlines, a few bits of the wall. Very, very clever to let your mind fill in all the blanks.
Yeah.
And therefore it's actually a lot cleaner and a lot better at capturing your imagination than perhaps more detailed, where they drew out the whole wall or something like that.
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea with the astral projection, and there's a whole really quite complex with the choosing all the spells and things like that. Totally get why this was well, you say top of our list, we put it as number 2 on our top.
Yes, top of my list. What I meant is, I gave some concessions, because we put Manic Miner at number 1.
Yeah.
With a dual consideration, if you want.
Yeah, because, but I totally get with this. This is really clever, ahead of its time. In 1984, it just shows you, isn't it, in this early days, the sort of thing that the Spectrum was capable of. I mean, very early on, doing really deep, quite complex games. Wizword gave it position 70 out of 100.
Damn, come on, man.
And World of Spectrum, so the people vote, they gave it joint 10th, because of course it's based on average scores, so you tend to get like a lot, particularly as you get higher up, a lot are getting exactly the same average score. Didn't appear on the Crash Top 100, but I think that's because they included the sequel that you mentioned instead of Avalon. Okay. Which I guess subjectively you could say, but I think given how early this was, I think it's nice to see it on the list, and you're right, maybe it should be higher just for the imagination's sake.
And a very involving game. I mean, you might anybody might argue it's a bit repetitive. All the mazes perhaps seem the same, but isn't every game repetitive ultimately in the end? But no, this will always have a special place in my heart, this game. And I'm actually looking at just where I sit on my bookshelf, and there's the physical copy just in front of me. Yeah,
with the great wizard in there, isn't it? Powerful wizard.
For sure.
Yeah, it's really cool. No, really, really nice choice. And didn't you say it was all based on some fantasy books? Or
it is. It's is it Joy Chance? Something like the High Kings or something like that.
Oh,
that inspired
put it in the
them.
show note. Yeah.
It's basically Celtic mythology and Arthurian lore. But yeah, he read that book and it inspired him to make this game.
Excellent. So shall we go on to the next one then?
Yes, please.
Number 90 is Bounder by Gremlin. So this is a 1985 game. It was made by Sean Hollingworth and Peter Harrap of Monty Mole fame, and they also went on to do work at Sumo Digital and get quite involved with the Sonic All-Star Racing games, etc. This is, as I say, a Gremlin game, but let's see what Stuart had to say about it. A strange fish, this. You played a tennis ball with a mission to bounce across the city full of skyscrapers, placed just closely enough together for you to be able to stretch from one to the next. At least it looked that way. But the frequency with which you found yourself plummeting to the ground or impaled on some obstacle or burst by one of the horrible aliens who always popped up where you wanted to go suggested there was trickery afoot. Of course, the next time, you would be ready for it. And that's what it's all about, this one, isn't it? Bouncing tennis ball overhead, and you have to land on the floating platforms. Very, very. It's a difficult, challenging game, not for everybody. But do you want to describe it a little bit more to our listeners?
Absolutely. Like you said, you control just this tennis ball character that bounces about and the landscape continuously scrolls vertically. And you have to ascertain the tiles that are safe to land on, or the jaggy rocks that may kill you, or just, the far depths that you fall down below. So you need to avoid that. There's also question mark tiles, bonuses if you want to call them that, or that you bounce on and you find out what's revealed. It could give you more bounces or more lives or whatever. And yeah, the challenge is, I think it's one of these games where there's a bit of memory involved, because you need to know what's coming up next so that you prepare yourself to take a big long jump, because there's like tiles that will give you a jump boost that will make you jump further, but you need to really get to the top of the screen with that and be in a position knowing where you're going to land, because you're kind of aiming blindly to a certain degree when you are up the top of the screen. You have to take that chance. So it's much memory and dexterity and skill as well involved. I mean, quite an enjoyable game. I would say, I mean, we've covered this not so long ago when we covered the Gremlin episodes, didn't we? Because we covered a 3-parter on that one. And yeah, it is a really enjoyable game, and I was very fond of it back in its time. Looking back now, I think it's maybe a little bit let down being monochromatic. I think it more shines on platforms like the Commodore 64, where all the different tiles are different colours rather than just different shapes as well. Just gives a bit more flavour to the game, but that doesn't take away that it was a bit unique at its time. It played like nothing else. I just think I prefer Trailblazer, the 3D kind of variant, to this, if you know what I mean. Or there was a budget one on Mastertronic or whatever called Plexar, if you've ever played that, which is also very good.
Yeah, no, I never played that one. Yeah, I mean that's the thing with this, is that it's good if you. It's another one that if you like this sort of game, it's good. The idea of bouncing from platform to platform, and expecting to die a lot, but once you've mastered and learned the level, getting into that flow is actually quite. You get that adrenaline hit, don't you? That pleasure scent of being fizzed, isn't it? So it's I can see why a lot of people like with this one. It's just one that I tend to get more frustrated, because I'm terrible at remembering patterns of things. I'm terrible at remembering levels. When you see like really good vertical shooter players where they've learned all the patterns. I've no hope of that.
No, neither
for me. But I can see why it's loved. I mean, Crash put it at number 85, so quite a similar position in their top 100. And they said, best bit, wildly addictive. Worst bit, if you can get the hang of it. And unfortunately, I can never get the hang of it. But yeah, I can understand if you like that sort of one. It's a solid one. I think on the spectrum, colour would have just made it messy. I understand why they did it monochromatic, but it is better on the C64. There's no ifs or buts in my opinion. Yeah. So
I mean, I think the bonus level at the end of this was kind of pointless, because there was no challenge to it. It was easy to land in all the bonus tiles. So I found it a needless thing. I get something like that would have been nice, but it needed to be a bit more difficult to do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But yeah, real solid one. And glad it's on the list. But shall we go on to the next game? Because I'm excited for you to talk about this one.
Cool. Right, so this is 1986, and number 89, because we're down to the 80s now, folks, is one and only Sylvester Stallone Turkey. You love the movie, but it is Cobra. So
by
what
Ocean.
Yep, by Ocean. So what does Stuart say about Cobra? Humour and Sylvester Stallone aren't normally two things you associate with each other. Unless, that is, you've played this brilliant platform game where laser-sighted machine guns are hidden in hamburgers and babies and prams paralyse our hero with fear, enabling the bad guys to kidnap his sweetheart, then shoot him into lasagna. The connection with the Dyer movie was extremely tenuous, but the game was such fun that nobody cared. Besides, any game which asks you to define a murder key is okay by me. Brilliant. So, you like to describe this one?
Yeah, so this is another Joffa Smith game, and it's got the fantastic music by Martin Galway. And as I say, it's nothing. If you've seen Cobra, which I like, the Stallone film, it's nothing like that. No. It's it could be any game really, but you're just a bloke wearing shades. That's about the only connection to Cobra, and you get a whole variety of wonderful characters that you have to like run left to right and shoot basically. And you've got like bazooka wielding women, you've got prams, you've got thugs holding swords, just madcap. But this is like an arcade game that never existed. It's really, really good. It was well ahead of its time. It's rock hard. If you're going to come at it cold, I mean, when we played it for one of our previous podcast episodes, I can't remember what it was on where we covered it.
Ocean, the early years.
Ocean early years. This were, I've forgotten how tough and tough this game is, but my word, even going back to it, it is just so engaging. I love the hamburgers, the power pickups, and I got this on the Magnificent Seven compilation, which is still one of my favourite game compilations of all time. It's got quite a few on the list of this top 100, and it was fantastic value for money. We actually had 8 games on it because they gave you a free one with ER Kung Fu. But it's, I think, great one. What about you? What was your take on this one?
Oh yeah, I mean, I loved this. I mean, we're all caught in the zeitgeist of, Stallone and Schwarzenegger movies in the 80s. They were the big things, and these had huge selling power. And the magazines gave this really rave reviews. You were sold on it, so you had to buy it, and yeah, I did. First thing that blew me away on it was the gorgeous loading screen. It's one of my most favourite Spectrum loading screens. It really captures the look of Stallone, with the shades and the sort of V-neck top on and holding the machine gun with the laser
front
sight.
Cover, which is turn taken from the film.
The movie poster, absolutely. They captured that really well. But what we have here, and I think you nailed it, is you can't go into this and play it like a Spectrum game because you'll just die. You need to have an arcade mentality in playing it. I mean, the bodies come thick and fast, and you need to have fast reflexes, especially when you've only got the headbutt move to start off with, which is cool, but that's close range, isn't it? So that's a lot harder. But when you get and find like it said in the Stuart's comments there, that if you pick up the burgers, you get the different weapons, and it makes it far more easier. And even on my playthrough, surprisingly this time around, because it's a Hard as Nails Games have said that you'll see it in the background now, I get to bloody level 2. It's like, wow, I've not done that or achieved that in years. So I was well impressed. But overall, the cartoony sprites are absolutely fantastic. It's highly playable, and the scrolling is incredibly impressive for the Spectrum. Any naysayers that said Spectrum can't do hardware scrolling, doesn't need to do hardware scrolling when software scrolling like this is so silky smooth.
Well, Joffa Smith was a bit special, wasn't it?
Yeah.
With what he could
Well,
make the.
I can just imagine, though, right? They've got the license for this, and they've probably passed it to a few of the other programmers, and they've said, right, what was supposed to do with that? That movie's crud, or even if it's not crud, right? It's very inaccessible to make a game. How can I make a game from this? It's very adult themed, and it's more dialogue driven. It's not quite as actiony as his previous movies. This ain't Rambo here. And no, we'll give it to Joffa. Give it to Joffa. Joffa, take some mushrooms, these special mushrooms, and make us a game. Okay, boss. And he did.
Yeah. And boy, did he do a real classic. I mean, to put it in perspective, we put it at number 32 in our top 40, so it made our not so much higher than your Sinclair.
I forgot we played it then as well, so we played it kind of twice.
A couple of times, yeah. And Wizword, he gave it position 9 in his.
Well, that's incredibly high.
So,
yeah, must be keen on it.
Yeah, so really, really keen. I think it's a real solid game. Just one of the Spectrum's fun ones to play, and but then I am a huge fan of the film as well, because I even own it on Blu-ray. That's how much I love Cobra.
That's
just
devotion for you.
Yeah. So shall we go on to the next one then?
Yeah, your turn, mate.
Yeah, was it my turn? Right. Okay. Okay, this is a favourite of Kingy's, I know. Number 88 is Wheelie by Microsphere. Now, this came out in 1983. It's another early one. And it's another David Rady and Keith Warrington. So, again, the people behind School Days and Back to School and Contact Sam Cruise. So, it's nice to see them appearing on this list in so many places, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It's good. So let's hear what Stuart Campbell has to say about this one. Another game where playing to lose was more fun than trying to win. Your motorbike riding hero took such spectacular dives when you crashed him into a double-decker bus that it was well worth losing a life or 5 to see it again. All the same, even when you got bored of that, Wheelie was a great game in its own right, with gloomy, sinister atmosphere, and it was challenging enough to keep you at it for quite a while. Without a shadow of a doubt, the greatest underground motorcycling game ever made, and one would posit the only underground.
Yeah, well, we need to add that there, yeah.
So, take it away then. You
okay,
describe to our listeners.
This is another one of my most favourite games, but this is a subterranean motorcycling game which is very surreal. So there's a quest that the motorcyclist has that he must reach the far side of the cavern he's particularly in to meet up with the Ghost Rider and then race him back. But in between that is a series of dead ends, ramps and jumps and enemies that could kill you, trying to thwart you getting to this Ghost Rider. So as the motorbike goes along, you can press up or down and he'll go up a level if there's a ramp there. If you don't, he'll just go through it. Fine, nice and easy. But there's other things that you need to be mindful of. There's ice, so you need to slow your speed down. So there is a speed gauge there, so you'll learn. This is where Stuart's referring to the fun death scenes on it. There's some quite spectacular ones. It's really good. That's where the bike skids out of control. If you're trying to jump over cars or double-decker buses, you have to get the right speed as well. Too fast, you overshoot. Too low, you crash onto the bus and the motorcyclist lands on the front wheel of the bike. There's little stumps that you need to, do a speed boost, therefore the motorbike wheelies, and then you do a little jump. That's a great crash on that because he somersaults right off the handlebars and lands on the ground. You can also run out of fuel, so you need to collect the fuel dumps as well. But there's weird and wonderful. There's hedgehogs.
I found there's something. You're going in a cave. I get that. Of all the creatures that you could have, hedgehogs aren't really, you don't think of hedgehogs in underground caves. It just seems quite bizarre.
No, I know.
Beautiful,
kangaroos
but
as well.
Yeah, and kangaroos. Yeah, they're later on the kangaroos.
Killer
as well.
wasps.
Yeah, clearly. I think the Joffa Smith magic mushroom soup was being passed around.
For sure. I just loved this game. I loved it. It was a game of two halves. It was a bit exploratory and albeit your fuel, but it was plenty of fuel to pick up, so you never really quite ran out of it on the way forward because you could take your time to collect fuel.
Yeah.
But then you got to this Ghost Rider, and he's a bit of a cheat because he is a ghost. He doesn't need to go up and down bloody ramps. He just goes through the walls. Albeit, yes, he is slower than you, but you need to be fast, remember the route you took, and collect fuel if you're running out and get to the where you began again. So it was highly addictive, visually very impressive, because all the caverns are just made out of little, it's almost like not quite vector but green dots, isn't it, Paul? You know,
Yeah.
it's very simple and very basic, but it works. Maybe a bit flickery, a bit flickery on the eyes by today's standards, and some people don't like the screeching of the motorbike and stuff like that, but I really liked it. It's part of the charm. And yeah, this needs to be a lot higher up on a gaming list, because Wheelie is absolutely fantastic. It is a bona fide Spectrum classic. It just stands out greatly.
Yeah, and I can see the love for it. I mean, even coming to it cold, this is another one that I've played before, because I'm sure we've talked about it in the past, but never played it back in the day. And it is. It's just another unique game. Another shows just what a genius David Rady, was, and Keith Warrington, and it's nice to see that evolution of all the games they did and getting up to the complexity of games like School Days. Yeah, I was quite surprised. Only World of Spectrum on all the lists I was looking at. World of Spectrum gave it position 36, so that's like the people vote. So clearly, loads of people share your opinion and my opinion, but I was quite surprised it didn't make the Crash list or some of the others, really, because it's a really good game. Really good game. So I'm glad, your Sinclair put it on their top 100.
Oh, definitely needs to be there,
yeah.
if not higher. But yeah, absolutely fantastic game.
Yeah. Okay, so should we go on to the next game then?
Yes, so number 87, we go to the year 1984, so we're still relatively staying on a very early period of the ZX Spectrum. And from the Micromiga label and author Derek Brewster came Codename Mat, not Matt Aguilera from our very own podcast team. Oh no, sir, not. But that would be an interesting game if it was Codename any of the Mats, actually, or Matt Lamborn. You know what I mean?
Well,
a very different
according
game.
to Crash, because spoiler, they put it in their top 100. They took it out of their top 100 because apparently their production supervisor and ancient Crash reviewer said the game was named after him because he was a play tester, which I don't believe that for a moment. No. But they just said, oh, he's like in their chat of what games they're going to put in it, and on their top 100 they said, oh, he's a right prat, let's take him out.
funny.
Yeah.
Right, so what does Stuart say about this game then?
Yeah.
So Codename Mat, or Mission Alien Termination, which doesn't convey the amount of brain power called for in this second generation Star Trek game, which was probably the first to put you in control of more than one ship or character at any one time. In many ways, it was more complex than, say, Elite. It could still be played more or less in a straight 3D space shoot 'em up, and it was this instant playability that made it such an enormous hit in its day. Yes, you too could blow up an entire solar system with Codename Mat. So, Drisky, what do you think of this one? You want to describe it a little bit?
Yeah, so describe, I mean, well, first of all, I think this is a game you need far more time to play than I had with it, because it's one that I'd not really sat down before. I knew of the game, but not really sort of spent the time with. It says my notes was it's Elite without the depth. It's sort of flying around, but you're not doing trading or any of the things that I love with Elite. You're just seemingly just flying around and sort of shooting the sort of enemy ships, isn't it? But I think I'm doing a disservice with it, because watching some of the YouTube videos of it, there does seem to be a lot of complexity and a way to take on other ships and things like that. So I think I'm probably doing a disservice, so I'm going to pass it to you to describe. I think, Kingy, because
Yeah, no problem. I mean, yeah, it is it is a very involving game. I think it's up there with Elite. People could debate the different kind of complexities all they want, but there are different grids and sectors within the game that you can travel to. So, you know, there is a feeling of the vastness of space. I mean, really, people rave on about, you know, the modern wonders like No Man's Sky or whatnot else, and I'll probably refer to that again in another game in a little while that's on the list as well. But yeah, I mean, you can see the solar charts and analyse aim, travel to them, battle. But the trouble with the battle, yeah, there is an action shooter in it, and that was my trouble back in the day. When, I mean, I had a pirate copy of this rather than buying it, and I probably wouldn't have bought it because it did that. The enemy crafts all look like TIE fighters anyway. But at this point, I was smitten with Atari's Star Wars conversion.
Yeah.
You know, absolutely adoring that kind of action arcade shooter, which I was able to, I suppose, especially in the sit-in booth one, role play and reenact your most beloved movie of being a kid back at that point. Whereas this one seemed like, oh, this is a bit like, yeah, it's more like Star Trek, and I'm never going to be a Trekkie. There's far too much dialogue and explanation in Star Trek, you know, just rather than just action. So, I mean, I get why people do revere this. I absolutely do. I just find it's a bit like using the No Man's Skies comparison again in modern times, that they didn't like the emptiness of space in the earlier iterations of the game before they developed it further. It is very lonely, which space would be if you wanted to be realistic about it, you know what I mean? But that doesn't make it a fun video game. There's just empty voids more than anything else. And I'm not that keen on defending the rear side of a spacecraft as well as the front. You know, you're having to jump between both windows to shoot, and then all of a sudden left and right's different and up and down's different, so jumping between them is just a bit more confusing. So I'm not the hugest fan of it, even though I give it the respect, because it is an early doors complex space.
It's impressive for its age, isn't it? 84, and I have to say I love the cover. It's a really cool guy holding what looks like a laser sword, or it might be a blaster, isn't it? And he's
but that doesn't sell the game. I mean, I always remember seeing
really
the cover.
The game is,
and I mean, it's more like this kind of, I'm not saying a Joe 90 character, but a young kid who's, you know, underestimated because of his age, taking on the might of the universe or the galaxy. And it was nothing like it, just flying a ship, and it's you got a crosshair and shooting some things and going to some planets and blowing up systems, but just a tad boring for me to be in the top 100.
So, right, okay, so we go on to the next game then.
Indeed.
So this is 86, and it's Trashman, New Generation. This is a interesting one. 1984 by Malcolm Evans, he of 3D Monster Maze and Not in 3D fame. And I'll say, well, first of all, let's see what Stuart has to say about it. If I was to tell you that this game captured perfectly the feeling of being a dustbin man in a leafy suburb on a sleepy Sunday morning, would that make you want to play it? If not, you don't know what you're missing, because Trashman is just about the loveliest and most relaxing game you could ever hope for. Combining Frogger with Terry and June style humour might not seem like the ideal recipe for a classic, and under any other circumstances, it most certainly isn't. But in this case, it works perfectly. Play it and love it. I know this is a real favourite of yours, Kenny. Do you want to describe it?
So this is a game, one of the few games my sister and I played together. She reminisces on this game as well. So it is an exercise in mundanity. You simply have to empty the trash bins on each given day on each street. So Montague Road's the first level and there's 5 bins to empty. It's a top-down pseudo 3D view for the houses.
Yeah, quite nice graphics, isn't it?
Yeah, very nice, very colourful. No really any evident colour clash, it's very indicative of this period in time where people are being imaginative about the games. The rulebook hadn't been written yet on how to create a video game, so you get some of these weird and wonderful games about average Joe life. I mean, look at Automania, you're just assembling a car, or there's many a game like that. There's even the game Tyler that most people don't recall, where you just have to tile roofs in a house. But this is one of the better ones, and I absolutely love it. I mean, it's good to show your children this one, because a wheelie bin generation won't get this game, where these well-hardened bin men back in the day with, must have such muscular strength and bad backs, come into your garden, pick up the bin, chuck it in the bin lorry and return the bin in your garden. Maybe slam your gate because they were grumpy bastards back then. But do you blame them? That was a thankless task, that job in refuge collection in that way. But the game has a countdown timer, and if you go into each of the gardens and walk on the grass, it rapidly descends that timer. So you have to be careful, because it's quite jerky in its movement. So I think that it's part of the style and charm of the game, that it's easy to actually come off the path if you're overzealous with your finger pressing on the buttons. But as you dump the trash bin in the same location you collected it again, you can go right around the house and round the back of it, and you go invisible. I was always impressed with the 3D-ness of the bodies of the house at that point. But anyway, this is where there was offers of sex. Well, it's not really, but there was offers of other things from...
It was really. It was a bit nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
It was.
Come in.
Come in. So you went in the house. I mean, you get the question about you want to come and see this game, and, or anything like that. Various things. But if you went in the house and come out again, it would give you more time. But the treacherous thing on this was crossing the road, because the cars are random and some whiz by faster than others. And it was a risk and reward thing. So you're walking with the bin, you're actually walking slower when it's fully laden. I like that touch, actually.
Yeah, lots of clever ideas.
Yeah,
with this,
or if you do get hit by a cyclist on the pavement, or if you walk on the grass and a dog comes out and bites you, you walk with a limp, and it's even slower and even more harder to cross the bloody road. But I just love this. I really love this game. I can't fault Trashman. I think it's brilliant.
It's certainly unique. I mean, I didn't really get it when the first time I played it. It's one of those, actually, I've never actually sat down and played it properly. But it was you, actually, because I was like saying to you, like, Kingy, I was like, I don't get why is this such a beloved game? I don't get it, because I just found it a little boring. But once you sort of instilled, no, you've got to think of it. It's mundane is what it's about. And you said, like, so I said so it's basically a 1984 version of Power Wash Simulator. Yeah. And you were like, yeah, that's exactly it. Once I got in that mindset, no, this isn't an arcade game, or it's about being repetitive and relaxing and just sort of doing this job. Yeah, I found a lot to like with it. I think they missed a trick. They should have called it Confessions of a Trashman, like those 70s nudge nudge wink wink movies. Yeah. But
can you come and fix my washing machine?
Yeah.
I'm a jack of all trades.
But yeah, it's a get again. I mean, it just shows you. Malcolm Evans was always thinking outside the box, wasn't he? In these early days, and I think really impressive graphics. You say the 3D is amazing. You walk around the house and everything. You've got to get those trash cans or bin. I hate saying the word trash. It's so American,
exactly,
isn't it? Yeah, you've got to put it in the exact same place, isn't it? And then, of course, you get the news flash when you get run over. It says like almost like the obituary, saying "Trashman killed," and you feel really bad that you've like walked into a car because you forgot you moved slower, carrying the bin when it's full. No, I can see why it's on the list. It's amazing it didn't make any of the other lists. Actually, I was quite surprised.
That's criminal because it really deserves to be in a top 100.
For uniqueness, it deserves to be in the top 100 because, and this is what shows you so wonderful about the Spectrum, particularly in the early days. As you say, that there was no sort of like cookie cutter rule book, and therefore you got all these really imaginative and interesting games that you don't always see. I mean, thankfully, indie games are sort of holding the torch of imagination and uniqueness, isn't it, in today's world? But yeah, it just shows you it was a special time, the early years of the Spectrum. It really was.
Absolutely. Right, number 85 now. And we're jumping ahead to, latter years of the Spectrum of this one, released on the High-Tech label in 1990, is Guardian 2. So what does Stuart have to say about this? Guardian 2, or Stargate by any other name. Williams' monster classic arcade games have been oft imitated on the Specky, most notably by Interstellar's Defender and Softtech Starblitz. But this angry monster of a game is one of the first to truly capture that locked in a cupboard with a swarm of psychotic hornets feel of the original. Tough enough for all but the most dedicated zapper, this game will have you punching the keys of your Spectrum in frustrated rage, and then having another game. Unputdownable. Now, it's not Stargate, it's Defender.
It's Defender, yeah. Stargate was a sequel.
Yeah.
And it's a different game. Yeah. This is definitely a Defender clone.
Yeah, so
and it was a budget game, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah,
which is worth noting.
Right,
it was only
£1.99.
This was pocket money prices.
I was too busy buying their cartoon tie-ins at this point, the high-tech ones, rather than this.
Yeah.
I remember it being there, but I wasn't interested really in. But I mean, if you want to, as Defender, I mean, I don't. If it really needs much explanation, but if you want to give a very quick gist of it,
yeah, I mean, it is Defender. It's a really solid port of it. It's got, I mean, if everybody knows Defender, you're basically defending the little guys on the bottom, shooting the aliens, stopping them from killing your little guys and girls. But this is like really good. It's got very close to the arcade, and it's got all the same sort of like laser shooting, the fast sort of laser shooting, and it's got a nice subtle star field in the background with all different colours. To be honest, I've always struggled with the game Defender. I just never got on with it. But if you love Defender, this is a really solid home port on the Spectrum. I think it is the best Defender version on the Spectrum. I would be over the moon with it if I'd bought it back in the day. This was one that was totally new to me. And the fact that it was a budget game just blows my mind, really. So... Yeah. Would it be in my top 100? Probably not. No. But that's more because I don't like Defender, the game, particularly. Or I appreciate it, but I'm no good at it, therefore I don't like it. Because I'm sour grapes.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I'm the same. I'm not a massive Defender fan, but the game's biggest problem is not that. Yes, it's accurate and it's flawless in that way. It's a very good version, but it's just too many years too late. By 1990, the Spectrum has given us very much different video games by that point, that this seems, at this stage in its life, somewhat outdated, to be honest, because you did have earlier iterations. They weren't as good, but they were good enough just to scratch that Defender itch that you've been Defendered out, if you want, by this point, that wasn't the kind of arcade ports you'd rather be still wanting to play RoboCop in 1990 or R-Type or, a plethora of other arcade games. I mean, I know the purists and that, there's a set generation that these are the golden years of arcade gaming for them. The Pac-Mans, the Mr. Doos, the Asteroids, all of that, Space Invaders, Galaga. But, yeah, it's as decent as it is, it's not in a top 100 for me.
Shall we go on to the next game then?
Off you go.
Yeah, so this is number 84, and it's Technician Ted by Hewson. This is a 1984 game done by Steve Marston and David Cook. So let's hear what Stuart had to say about this one and why he put it in his top 100. This game set a whole series of standards in specky gaming. It was the first, and indeed practically the only one to this day, to have an animated loading screen. The first to have pixel-perfect collision detection. And the first Manic Miner type platform game to call more on brain power than ladder leaping precision. Not to say that there wasn't plenty of that needed too, though. Massively difficult but equally compulsive, Technician Ted was the peak of the genre and the end of an era. So I'll pass it to you then on this one. What's your views of this one?
There's a number of references he makes here. I mean, let's first of all give credit to that incredible loading screen. It did impress you. You just stared at it all with the countdown time of all the little Teds moving left and right in the screen. We had never seen that kind of thing at all on the Spectrum. We had a static loading screen that eventually loaded in, didn't we? And that was it. And that was the most excitement, hearing that drawing noise. You know, the tone was different when a picture was getting drawn on the Spectrum when you loaded it in, and then the shading sound. But that was nice to see. But you know, loading screens do not make a good game. No. It's the game itself. Now, he's referred to Manic Miner. Look, it's a Jet Set Willy rip-off. It's as simple as that, right? Rather than just the simplicity of Manic Miner. And Manic Miner is a masterclass in level design, for starters, and even the quirkiness of Jet Set Willy, right? Matthew Smith knew how to make good level design and make fun and interesting places to go and explore. Now, likewise with any multi-screen platform game, and I'm sure many of the listeners were the same, you just love to wander and explore in this. Now, Ted, in this game, he's working in the chip factory, and by the end of the day, his job is to shut down all the machines. So in most of the screens, not all, are two switches that always need to be reached. Now, they're difficult to get to. The first one you might do it with ease, but the second one, you're just going to die even attempting. It was very frustrating. You just went, I can't even suss out how to do this bloody level. Not only that, if you'd done it by the true nature of the instructions, you needed to be in these particular rooms by certain times to do it, which made it a lot more difficult to do. So there was an order to things as well, and that's what made it much more difficult. So yeah, you had plentiful supply of lives, even more than Jet Set Willy, maybe about 25 or something like that. And that still wasn't enough. So you just wanted, I'm just going to explore. And it was fine for that. It's not a bad game. It is a good game. And obviously it's inspired by the author's time working for Marconi, hence the whole chip factory reference, you know. But the trouble is, its main flaw is taken far too much inspiration from Jet Set Willy but is it enough of its own game? Maybe some may argue it is, but it's good to have another one. It just at this point then there was a dozen Jet Set Willy clones after that, wasn't there? And there became much of muchness after that. But this is still a very good and very competent one. It just depends on how you play the game. If you want to explore, you will have fun exploring.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, that's kind of how I sort of feel with this one. I did play it back in the day. I think it's okay. I think there's far better examples. I was quite surprised he's put this above so many others that knowing the list and knowing what's missing from the list, I was quite surprised, that he put this above them. It's competent enough, but it's so tough, isn't it? I find it just too frustrating, and I think that's why I don't have quite the same level of fond memories of this game over, say, some of the Monty Moles or some of the other games.
But no, I mean, it's still decent enough. I mean, I always put pokes in, to be honest, to even get infinite lives just to play it further so I can explore to as many places as human.
You know what I was like with pokes? I was always a bit daft with that.
Yeah, dunce cut for you with that one. Yeah.
So, I have to play it as it was intended, which was tough. Strange that it's on the list from my perspective, but yeah, not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. Next game?
Yeah, so you to read out. Yeah, 83.
Yep. 83. We're going to, this will be the earliest game on the list. And we're going to 1982, folks. Bloody, I mean, the Spectrum, it came out in the latter half of 82, even though it was released in that time. So we're not talking many months of, development time. But what we have here is one of the most revered football games of all time. And it is Football Manager by Alternative Software and created by the one and only Kevin Toms. So what does Stuart talk about this in his little blurb thing? So here we go. So Football Manager, or the game that etched the face of a fat bearded old man called Kevin on the minds of 100,000 Spectrum owners forever. Written in BASIC and with a lack of depth bordering on insulting, Football Manager still somehow contrived to be one of the most gripping games in the Spectrum's history. There isn't a Football Manager player alive who hasn't found himself shouting at the players during animated highlight sequences, and the 101 tedious number crunching copies that followed it all somehow failed to grasp that this was just what made Football Manager so wonderful. Poor Kevin Thompson. I mean, he was pretty young when he released it there. I mean,
but that's why I've always loved the writing of Stuart Campbell. He always goes for always makes you laugh out loud.
I was always convinced it was Billy Connolly that was advertising the game.
But yeah, no, this is a real favourite of mine. And of course, Football Manager, and then Championship Manager, and now they bought the rights of Football Manager again, isn't it? Comes out every year. It's still a massive game, owned by Sega, I think now, isn't it? And it's a totally different game from this. This is what started it all in terms of this series of football management games. And I had it back in the day, and I loved it. It was great. You were able to choose your team. So I always chose Everton. That was my team that I used to support as a kid, even though I wasn't really into it. Was mostly because all the other kids were so into football. I sort of felt compelled. I think the only reason I chose Everton is because one person chose Manchester United, the other person chose Liverpool, and it was what was left. So I was like, okay, Everton. But I really enjoy this, and even to this day, because for me it's the right level of complexity of gameplay. I find like these Championship Managers and football management games that came subsequently are just there's too much going on. This was to the point, very simple, make decisions, and more importantly, it had animated stick figures of the highlights going on. Even though the goal was stupidly big,
massively big, ridiculously big,
but it didn't matter. I mean, it was all sort of like played out for you, and it was actually quite exciting. You were like cheering on your team, like, "Oh, come on!" Oh, and then come up big banner of goal when you scored it, and I never understood why, for quite frankly, decades after. All these later machines and all these impressive PCs, and they were just showing overhead dots on the screen, and you're like, no, they did in 82. They did stick figures. Surely
exactly. Bring the stick figures back. Yeah, absolutely.
I thought it was. I still think it's a great game for what it is.
Yeah.
I've never been interested in any other football management game other than this one, to be honest. This was the pinnacle from my perspective, because it's the right level of complexity. I don't want to lose my life to a video game. What about you? What's your
I'm the same. Will never be a football fan. I think my hatred of football was first instilled into me in the 80s on a Saturday night when your old man would sit there with the football coupons waiting on the Premier League results and all the rest, you know, so see if we can win some money. And they read all the results, and obviously it was a Scottish Football League here, so like Hamilton 1, Rafe Rovers 2, and it was, oh my God. And the only reason you were there because you knew, especially on STV, there was a cartoon on after it, and that was the only reason you were sitting impatiently waiting on this thing. And it just felt the most dreariest and dullest thing. Football has never really excited me, but this game itself is, take away the football side of it, it is a simple buying and selling, decision-making game to see if you can do better. Now, I personally think the Software Star that Kevin Toms wrote, running your own software house and watching the charts with video games, was infinitely more exciting than this.
But that's because of the subject matter.
Because of the subject matter. But if you look at the core of it, it's exactly the same thing, really. And you can see where the excitement is. It's just making these decisions, you know, to what players to choose, which ones to sell, which ones to buy, and then, as you said, watching the highlights of the said match. It was great in that way. And what was better, as Stuart had said, you can, because it was written in BASIC, it wasn't even protected. You can break into the code, learn from the code, or hack the code, and make sure your team always bloody won.
Nice to see it on the list, I think. Didn't make any of the other lists, but
I think it needs to be in the list, even though it wouldn't be in my list personally, but out of respect, it invented the genre. So it deserves to be in there because of that.
Yeah, no, 100% I agree with that. Yeah. So let's go on to number 82 then. And this is really interesting game. It's Hyper Action by Silversoft. And this is a game that came out in 1984. So let's hear what Stuart Campbell has to say about it. One of the best games never to sell a dozen copies. Hyper Action was a Pengo-like puzzle game with hidden qualities that belied the simplicity of the two-rule gameplay. Trap the monsters with movable blocks, don't squash them. Years ahead of its time, this is the kind of thing that screams for a second chance, and it's a tragedy that so few people have ever had the chance to curse and swear at it. Write a letter to your favourite software house now, demanding that they buy it up and re-release it. Or would you rather play a Sooty and Sweep for the rest of your life? So I'll go over to you then, Kingy. Do you want to describe the game?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like what Stuart's saying there, and the thing, it is a Pengo-like game, except you don't crush the creatures. You just trap them, therefore it gives you accessible pathways to the collectibles. Now, you play a bulldozer type vehicle, and there's always, you know, first level there's like ants all crawling about, so there's grass and acorns, so you can push acorns. So it's a simple arcade game, but then it jumps onto the other levels and it's slightly different. That there's not things to collect. It becomes, still Pengo-like, but also inverse painter, where you have to, you know, I suppose it's like shoveling up dirt or ice or whatever, but you need to clear the way, drive over the blue shaded areas or whatever to complete the level. So it's pretty basic, but I think it's a good early years, and it'd be difficult to call it really original per se. It's got some original elements, yes, but yeah, it's a. I mean, I never played this back in the day. I'm one of these You know, I'm not one of these dozen people who purchased it, but it's pretty reasonable. Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was quite clever. This when I first played it, I thought, oh, you know, this is another one that I don't get why it's on the list. But once I got the idea, it isn't like Pengo where you're crushing the enemies. You're actually pushing the blocks to trap the enemies, and you can actually like sort of crunch your way through. And it's it's very simple. Just collect all the keys on the level, get to the flashing exit. And then you've got, like, as you say, painter levels where it's all about sort of colouring in and drawing your way through the map. Now, I have seen 2 versions of this, but I have seen, like, a version with an ant as well.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. So it's sort of interesting. But the certainly the one that he's talking about, because he mentions is the bulldozer version. They're exactly the same. It's just like a graphic swap, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got quite into this because once I realised it wasn't sort of like a Pengo game, because I'm not really a fan of Pengo, the arcade game, and it's about trapping the enemies rather than trying to get the right time to do the crushing. It's actually quite a solid little puzzle game. I quite liked it, really. I got quite into this. So would it be in my top 100? Probably not. No. But this is what I love about reading other people's top lists, because they introduce you to games that you never would have. There's no chance on God's green earth I would have sort of booted this up if it hadn't been for his list. So really thankful for it, really. And interestingly, it's made by Ian Christopher Hayward and Jay Derrett. So they did the Rocky Horror Picture Show on the Spectrum. So I thought it was a bit of fun, really.
Right, number 81. We're almost finishing the 80s, folks. And we're going early years again, 1984. And Design gave us the one and only Dark Star, another sci-fi one. That was referring to this when we're speaking about...
Not based on the film, if anybody's excited like I was. It was
poor. I'm sorry for that kind of disappointment, mate. So let's see what Mr. Campbell says about this. Every picture I paint with a screenshot completely fails to capture the nature of Dark Star. Arguably, the biggest cult game ever, the staggering speed of the game was what lifted it out of the mire and into the stratosphere, where only the best games can breathe the air. Like the arcade Star Wars, in many ways, Dark Star also boasted the best named starship of all time, the Liar, the most redefinable keyboard of all time, the best high score tables of all time, and the best giveaway teletext spoof of all time. OK, the only giveaway teletext spoof of all time, nearly. And then I'll let you pronounce that French thing. I've never done a day of French in my life.
Yeah, trop belle pour toi.
And what does that mean?
I still don't know. But belle is beautiful, and pour is for. So it's beautiful for you, is what I think. But as I got F in French. I made an agreement with my mum and dad. I was like, I'm not going to get a good grade in French. Can I not even revise? And I always remember doing the oral exam with the French tutor, because you had to do that. And
yeah, that's right.
He looked at me. I looked at him. I said bonjour. He said bonjour, and that was it, really. I deserved. I'm quite impressed. I even got an F, to be honest. But I'm pretty sure with my very poor French that Trop Belle pour toi is it's beautiful for you.
Right. Okay. How cultured of him. So, do you want to describe this a little bit for the listeners?
Yeah, it's like Star Wars arcade game turret sections, but not as good.
Okay, so number 80.
I don't get the love for this one, to be honest. It's all right. I mean, it's got a nice star field, and you got your target. But the Spectrum had such a good... I admit it came out later, but it had such a good Star Wars Atari port that
Well,
does a better job.
3D Star Strike does a better job. 3D Star Strike's better than the official conversion.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah,
you know,
it's true.
so what I liked on this, and back to this No Man's Skies reference, is what was cool about this is you saw the planet and you were able to fly into it, and therefore you were on its surface. Crude, rudimentary, but it felt like there was an expansive universe that you were flying into planets, but they all ultimately looked the same. Just a bit of Starfield and some turrets to shoot. Yes, you can turn your thruster up faster, and it did run at rip-roaring speed. That has to be said. But to be honest, if I'm going to play a game on the surface shooting things, I'd rather play Stargliders, because that's far more interesting and fun and has an excellent speech of missile launched and stuff like that in it. So it's... I don't get the love for this either, to be honest.
But we're clearly in the minority because, so first of all, Simon Brattle did the coding of it. So he of Hall of Things fame. And John Rittman did the graphics, bizarrely.
He did the lines.
Well, the lines, yeah, I suppose that's all you can say with it. But this was quite beloved. I mean, Wizword put it at position 72 on his list for his top 100. And Crash... gave it position 87 on their top 100. And Crash said, best bit, fast wireframe graphics can really make your head spin. And worst bit, actually knowing what to do. And I was definitely on the worst bit when I was playing it. I mean, it does run at a reasonable pace, but I just didn't find it as good as the other games like you mentioned. It just wasn't as good to me. But then maybe it's one of those games that, you know, if you had it back in the day and you knew what you were doing because you bought the actual game, maybe, you know, would you have loved it a bit more?
Yeah.
Right, shall we go on to number 80 then?
Let's go.
So number 80 is Sir Lancelot, and released in 1984. So let's hear what Stuart Campbell has to say about this one. If you've got any friends with 16-bit machines complaining their best games don't fit into 512k of memory, why not show them this? A classic platforms and ladder game with sharp graphics, loads of speed, and more addictiveness than a big bag of really addictive things. Sir Lancelot was programmed in just over 9k. Yes, 9. Not only a great game, but an amazing feat to boot. It makes you wonder what they're feeding programmers these days, and it's certainly a pet hate of mine of how much wastage goes on. I mean, it's impressive, isn't it, how little memory and you know, it is true the speed of this is really, really solid. And of course, it's made by Stephen Cargill. Now, of course, he did Garfield Big Fat Hairy Deal, and more famously went to join the Bitmap Brothers on games like Chaos Engine, American.
You're gushing now, mate.
You know, American listeners down there as Soldiers of Fortune, and Z, or as American Z, as Americans would know it. Yeah, I mean it's a really fast, fun. Not one that I would put on the top of my list personally, because there's so many other great Spectrum games, but it is undeniably it's a very well refined platform game, really, isn't it?
Yeah,
with this?
absolutely.
Yeah. I just think there's better, more deserving ones on the top 100 for me personally.
There is, but I mean, this game, I have a lot of nostalgia for us, and I fell in love with this when I got it back in the day. You can call it a poor man's Manic Miner. It doesn't quite have the clever level design, but it's still enjoyable and challenging levels to play. Now, there's some clear rip-offs from even Jet Set Willy in this, where the birds look exactly the same as they did in Jet Set Willy. You know, like if you go to the West Wing, that's the birds I'm actually on about. But each level is still reasonably well designed. There's lots of objects to collect, lots of sort of moving ladders to go up, and you're not stuck on a jumping arc like such a Manic Miner influence. You can
change directions.
Yeah, and that's part of the level design in this. When you fall down, you can move to your right or move to your left, and you can fall any high height as well. But no, for 9K, This is a brilliant game. I do like the graphics. It just gets harder and harder. I've never ever completed this one, to be honest. I can always get to about level 5 or 6, and then I really start dying, and then it's like, back to the start again, and that's where it gets a bit more frustrating, that one, where there's not that. There's a few just one more tries, and eventually you just go, I'm crap, I'm giving up, I'm moving
Yeah,
on.
it is rock hard, isn't it? Yeah.
But no,
and that timer affects me. The speed of that timer
that induces anxiety. That alone, that's going down way too fast. Be a bit more generous with the time. I don't think, to be honest, this kind of game could have done better without the time limit, to be honest.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Because there's a lot of waiting on the creatures on their fixed paths to get them in the position you need to do to progress further. More of that than any of the games that influenced it, to be honest.
No, I agree. I do like the you get the little RIP gravestone and you get beamed up.
Well, he beams up to heaven and when he dies. Yeah. Beam me up, Scotty. You know, it's
it's a lot of charm. I mean, I think there's a lot. There were so many great platform games like this. I think there's better examples, but yeah, no, it is a classic. So nice to see here. It was fun to play it again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, we're on the 70s now.
70s. Okay, this is a real classic, this one. Quite low down, I would personally say, for this one. Very influential game. Released in 1983 by Ultimate Play the Game, and it's none other than Attic Attack. The very Attic Attack we all love, I suppose. But anyway, what does Stuart say about this? In the early years, buying specky games was a fraught business. Software houses sprang up and folded daily, and GamesPlayer had to suffer any number of pig-in-a-poke purchases. But then there was an eternal light in the gloom. Ultimate Play the Game. They took the specky closer to its limits with every release, and Attic Attack was only the first in a long line of true classics. The design is nothing out of the ordinary, but the care and attentions lavished on every detail of this arcade adventure makes it a joy that anyone who calls themselves a games lover should own. Now, Paul, I'm sure you would like to describe this one to the
this is a real classic. Came out in 1983. So impressive. Done by Ultimate Play the Game, who of course went on to be Rare and doing all those classics. And it is done by Chris and Tim Stamper, who of course ran Rare for many years. All those classic games that came over to the NES and Nintendo for many, many years, and GoldenEye, you name it, isn't it? So this is nice to see where one of the games that they started it all, basically. What is it though? It's overhead, frantic, sort of shoot the enemies, and you go from room to room to try and get out, escape the castle, basically, isn't it? And there's secret entrances depending on the player that you choose. You can be like a knight or a serf. It's got a great variety of enemies that you can kill and thwart, and it's just like an arcade game that never got released. I mean, for 83, it is just so ahead of its time. There's lovely food pickups. The stairs look really good 3D, when you go there, or falling down the trapdoor. Don't enter that trapdoor and make your way. I adored this as a kid. It really felt like you had an arcade machine in your home. I love the symbol of energy is like a roast chicken that you see the meat slowly being eaten away, and you're left with like the raw bones. That's when you're in trouble. So much to love with it. Absolutely great. If you own an Xbox One or above, Rare Replay, which is often on sale, you usually can pick it up for a couple of quid, has this game, many of the other early Spectrum games, but of course all the way up to and including GoldenEye. If you've got the digital version, they've even put that on now. But all the other games they did, it is the best compilation of all time, in my opinion, Rare Replay. And they did such a labour of love of the early Spectrum games. So great ways to sort of replay them today. I mean, what's your opinion on this game?
Oh yeah. Now, when you first got your Spectrum, and especially when you get in the early period like I did, you're grateful, right? But you're seeing rival computers like the Commodore and that, and people are playing these mighty meaty games, and there's sometimes you wonder, did I back the right pony? Well, my parents could never afford the Commodore. It was far too expensive in comparison. But this stood out and made you realise you did indeed back the right computer. Honestly, when I first played this up, my jaw just hit the ground. It just gave a complete different vibe to the Spectrum altogether. The sound effects alone are very signature-like to most Ultimate Player games like Jetpack and that. The sounds are just incredible. They tickle your ears. The visuals are so stand out, and the games are such a joy and fun to play. I mean, with the closing doors in each of the rooms, you need to play the patience game, survive, eat the food, shoot the ghosts and the ghoulies that are in there, whiz about, try to find the 3 missing pieces of the AGD key to take back. And the trouble with that is you've only got 3 pockets in your inventory, so there's other coloured keys that correspond to the coloured doors that you have to open up. So it's worth opening up everywhere first, so you're free to roam, find the keys, take them back. But I love the optional extra in this game where there is mini bosses throughout, so you have Frankenstein's monster, the devil, and Dracula, and there's objects to find that can kill them. So the spanner to loosen the nuts on Frankenstein's monster's neck, or the crucifix for Dracula, things like that. So it was just brilliant to play, and the different layers of levels. So like you said, you fell through that trapdoor. So you were in the castle, and then you're in the dungeons and the sort of catacombs below, all cave-like structures with skeletons shackled to the walls. But like you also said, I loved how, depending on the character you choose, whether it was the serf, the knight, or the wizard, you can take the shortcuts through different ornaments in the house. So the grandfather clock, or the wine barrel, or brandy barrel, whatever it was meant to be, or the mirror, So it was good to do that. You just learned the game, and it was good how the keys were in different places. So, you didn't know where they were going to appear on the next game. Yeah, there was a seed, so that they would need to do a seed in a game because they couldn't have you locked out the game. Like the key you needed to get was behind a door you needed to open with the very same key, you know what I mean? So it was very cleverly designed that you can play it. It's so fluid, so slick. I think it's one of the greatest games on the Spectrum of all time, and being at 79 is far too low down the charts for this one.
Yeah, and to put it in context, in the top 40 RGDS list, the only list that matters, we gave it position 5. So
these guys have knowledge.
Great taste. And Wizword put it at number 48 in his top 100. Okay. And the People Vote, A World of Spectrum, gave it position 47. Wow. Bizarrely, and this really surprised me, the Crash top 100, and I, unless I missed it, because I've tried to do searching, because there's not like an overall list I've searched. They split it into 3 like your Sinclair. I can't find it on the list. I don't know. But this is, great game, and one that still holds up. This is one of the games, there's always a handful of games that I recommend to, like, if people say, I've never ever played the Spectrum before, I tend not to give the more obscure, difficult to get into games. But Attic Attack and Chucky Egg and things like that, they tend to be the ones I shout out to try, because they're still just as accessible today as they were back in 1983. Yeah. They still hold up.
The amount of people who pronounce it Attic Attack. No, it's Attic Attack. Not Attic Attack.
Didn't I said Attic Attack.
No, I'm not. No, you say it right. I'm just making a reference that I hear so many people calling it Attic Attack. It's like, no, Attic Attack.
I always find it quite funny. You ever see it? I'll put in the show notes. There's like an old archive BBC with like kids playing like Spectrum games in like this period.
Okay.
So it's when it first came out, and You know, it's just it's amazing they don't have quite the same level of passion about these classic games, because they cover Attic Attack and Manic Miner and Ant Attack and all these lovely games, and they're like, yeah, it's all right. It's like it's an interesting watch. I will put it in the show notes.
Good.
Just a little clip. Okay, so we'll go on to the next game then.
Yeah.
Yes, this is me, isn't it? Right, okay, so we're on number 78, and this is a really good arcade port, one of my favourites on the Spectrum. It is Flying Shark by Firebird, also coded by Graph Gold, and of course this is a wonderful port of the famous Toaplan shooter. I really think it's one of the best shooters on the Spectrum, but let's hear what Stuart Campbell had to say about it. This came out just about the time when software houses started releasing games on 16-bit machines only, and it proved, if proof was needed, that 8-bits were more than up to anything their big brothers could manage. In terms of gameplay, this is a near perfect copy of that coin-op original, and the graphics are as good as any you could ask for. Not many players ever finished it, but if you fancy trying to join the elite, you couldn't ask for a better vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up to test your skills against. So this came out in 1987 and really, really solid. Do you want to describe it to our listeners?
Yeah, I mean, anybody who went to the arcades in this period would know games of this ilk where they're playing the 1940 series or a plethora of vertical scrolling shoot-'em-ups. And yeah, this did stand out as a very popular one in the arcade at its time. I remember it quite fondly in my own arcades. And it's a biplane shooter, and you're fighting tanks and warships. The usual thing expected of these kind of games. But I love the touch on this where you can land on the runway at the end of each section. Like with any of these games, there's power-ups that give you more bullets, double beam, triple bullets coming out your biplane. And yeah, it's a beautifully animated game, and I think the Spectrum version captures the arcade well, albeit it's monochromatic, yellow and black. But
you need that, it's clear, everything jumps out.
Yes, absolutely. But the scrolling is mightily impressive in this one. It really looks good.
The whole speed of
it, yeah. And I think it is a very accurate representation of its arcade counterpart, to be honest. There's a lot of attention to detail. You're playing Flying Shark, that's for sure. I was never one to go for shooters on the Spectrum, to be honest. I just don't really think 9 times out of 10 it's the strongest type of game on it, or probably more for me at that point, not my most favourite genre. Did like it in arcades because with me playing the keyboard and pressing the fire button, you just couldn't shoot as much. You can do a good arcade joystick and arcade fire buttons to play this properly. And actually going back and doing that with this is far more enjoyable than playing it how I used to play it. But yeah, it's faithful and decent. And I bought it in its time, to be honest. I'm not slagging it as good, but it's just not one I still ever feel nostalgic for. That's probably what I'm getting at there.
Yeah, I've always been impressed with this. I mean, it's it was converted by Graph Gold, and the guy Dominic Robinson, he's the guy who did the Spectrum port of Uridium, very, very great version of that, and obviously not as good as C64 original.
Yeah.
He also did the OOPS kernel, so the underlying bit of code for games like Rainbow Islands on the Amiga port, and he went on first to Psygnosis and did some of the tech stuff on Killing Cloud, G-Police, and Overboard. What do they call it? A US shipwrecker, isn't it, or something like that?
Yeah.
And the graphics by John Cumming, who did many of the home port graphics of Iron Man Stuart, Rainbow Islands, and the hand-drawn bits of Stunt Car Racer. I think this is... I'm probably I sort of came into this late. I got it on a cover tape of Sinclair User when they were giving like 8 games. So it's like November 1991. So I was still buying the Spectrum magazines just because of the games, even though I think at this point I did have my Amiga, but I still, I didn't just put my Spectrum away. I remember actually having a distinct memory playing some of the Amiga games because 1942 is a classic example of a terrible port, and thinking, actually, graphics is not what it's all about, because some of these Spectrum games, this one as a case in point, was actually better than a lot of the Amiga games that were coming out in the early days. I think it's great. Clearly, when Stuart's not alone, WizWord put us at position 27, and the People Vote World of Spectrum put it at position 10, joint 10th position. So I think it's a technical marvel, and I actually still enjoy it today because it's, in some ways, it's a bit more accessible than the brutal difficulty of the arcade original.
Yeah,
it's still difficult, don't get me wrong, but I do find I can get a little bit further on this than I can in the arcades.
I don't think I put it in the list, but I know the respect that there is for it.
This would definitely be in my top 100. Purely because I think it's genuinely one of the best shooters on the Spectrum. Cool. So, shall we go on to the next game?
Yeah. Right then, number 77. The year is 1985. Marble Madness is all the rage. Licenses haven't been secured for it, so Melbourne House decide to make their own version and give us Gyroscope. So let's see what Mr. Campbell says about this one then. So Marble Madness was something of a holy grail for Spectrum software developers in the 80s. But the only game which came close to the arcade's abstract beauty was a shameless clone. Slick and pretty, it was fiendishly tough, and it kept many a talented gamer glued to the screen in the early hours of many a morning. The scrolling judders horribly, but in the game everything flows, so you just didn't notice. Well, you might notice, but you just don't care. So, yeah, Marble Madness really, isn't it? And all but having the ball, isn't it, Paul?
Yeah, it's you've got a gyroscope, hence the name, instead of a marble. This is one that was new to me. I've not played it back in the day. And, of course, I was lucky enough having the Amiga, and that had an amazing port with a mouse control for Marble Madness. So playing this, it's technically impressive. I mean, it runs pretty well, physics-wise. It's difficult to go back to it when there's, when I've played so many other different versions of Marble Madness. I found it quite difficult to sort of go back with it. And it's okay. I mean, it's done by Steve Lamb, who did the Spectrum port of Paperboy, which is another game I adored on the Spectrum. On the Spectrum, I thought it was a great home port. This is technically impressive, but I struggle going back to this one. I didn't spend that long on it, if I'm honest. Okay. So, have you got memories of this particular one?
Absolutely. I played this with one of my good mates who just absolutely loved this game. Now, I remember seeing in magazines like Computer and Video Games back in the day screenshots of Marble Madness, and that abstract isometric look was just incredible. It was like, wow, I really want to play this game. And it was a good few years till I actually came across it in the wild with the the trackball to play it. Now, to not play it, one of its biggest flaws is not having a trackball. So you're using your, I say trackball. I've coined a new phrase. I'm going to call you trackball, Paul. Playing with the joystick or the keys is a bit fiddly, and there is a sort of momentum and inertia to the gyroscope as you move it. But that's not the game's biggest problem, is the fact that there is no decent scrolling on this. It's page scrolling, so when you get to the edge of the screen, the game freezes, the screen moves up. Now, the trouble with that is, if you've exited the screen at an area there's a hazard right at you, and some of the level design is like that, then it's almost insta-death. You can almost avoid it, but it makes it really highly difficult to do so. So there's a bit memory of not leaving the screen in that area, and it's a very fierce and unforgiving time limit as well to complete the level. And the time limit really, to be honest, only just conveys how short each of the levels actually are, and this isn't really all that a big game. In all honesty, that's where its biggest failing is. I don't like when there's pathways at the edge of the screen where it doesn't move. You bounce off the border of the screen then. It's very tight, almost one tile wide pathways and that. So it's got its flaws, but I don't recall. That's me looking upon it with my jaded old eyes now. Back then, I did actually really enjoy it because that's all we had. Now, in saying that, I loved this until Spin Dizzy came out. And when Spin Dizzy came out, this didn't have a look in, because that was how to do a 3D isometric Marble Madness-like game. That was a great exploratory adventure.
Yeah, actually, I put that in my notes. I said, for me, it's a poor man's Spin Dizzy, and not sure why that's not on the list, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe it is, actually. I'm not
I can't remember. I've not got down as far as that yet. Yeah, this being the first 50.
But yeah, I think Spin Dizzy is the better game today,
Yeah. Cool. Right, moving on. Your turn again.
Cool. My turn again. Right, okay, this is a great one. This is 3 Weeks in Paradise, number 76, and it's done by Microgen. So this came out in 1986, and it's the fifth in the Wally Week series, which is a great Spectrum game series. He's pretty much a forgotten hero, isn't he, of today's world?
Absolutely.
And I will just mention that this was actually the game written by Dave Perry. Yes, he went on to found Shiny Entertainment, and behind games like Earthworm Jim, MDK, Messiah, and of course the Mega Drive, Aladdin, to name but a few. Yeah. And this was his second game he worked on. He actually worked on the fourth in the Wally Week as well, which was Herbert's Dummy Run. That was his first. Yeah. And then he went on to do this. But let's hear what Stuart has to say about this game. Everybody's fool. Wally Week was one of the most unlikely computer gaming heroes ever. Pot-bellied and flat-capped, Wally and his sad family starred in a series of classic arcade adventures that probably more than anything led to the hugely popular Dizzy series and its imitators, which seems to make up half of today's Specky releases. 3 Weeks in Paradise was the most accomplished of the lot, and if you want a perspective, imagine Treasure Island Dizzy's sexy older brother and you'll be halfway there.
You're starting to see a trend here, don't we, Paul? That he has a bit of distaste for the Dizzy series of games.
Yes, yeah. Well, I suppose the thing is with Dizzy, as much as I loved them and they sold well, that's why there was a lot. I mean, not just Dizzy, but all the imitators, weren't there? There was quite a lot. So I can understand why he became quite jaded with it. But I'm going to pass it to you because I know you're a huge Wally Week fan.
Absolute Wally Week fan.
So do you want to describe the game to our listeners? Yeah.
Automania stands out on its own thing because that was just an arcade game, Wally being the car mechanic and assembling a car over two screens. It took a turn in Pyjamarama and become an object collecting based puzzle game. And this is no different. It just continues on with it, where Wally, Herbert and his wife Wilma have went on vacation and they are in a tropical island. They've been kidnapped by a tribe for dinner, and Wally, with his knotted hanky head and his beer gut must rescue them. So the trouble is with this game, if people might find them a bit hard to get into, is there are no clues like the aforementioned Dizzy that gives you clues and riddles by character discussion of what objects they would like. It's a lot of trial and error and experimentation in a game like this. And yet again, you only have a couple of pockets for your inventory, so you have to remember where you drop things as well, so you can return and get them and you suss out what they do. So for example, in this one, there's quicksand. So normally if Wally walks on it, he sinks and dies, he'll lose a life. But if you find the flip-flops and carry them, Wally can walk over that. Now, there's a crab and you've got like a jerry can. You have to heat that up with water and it boils the pincer off the crab. You can then suss out what the pincer has to do. I'm not going to spoil too much in the game, but I suppose by this point, even though I still loved it and I was so excited about this coming out, it was more of the same. I think we'd seen it's just the game being reiterated in a different location, and the puzzles worked in a very similar fashion. I think in some ways it's a backward step from either Everyone's a Wally and even Pyjamarama. Pyjamarama was just sheer quality. That's not to take away that I didn't have fun playing this game, because I absolutely did. I just love the Wally sprites, the cartoony nature, and figuring out puzzles. I love a good object puzzle in a game.
The graphics are great on this. I mean, watch the video just to get a sense of how. And there's so much humour, isn't it? Like he goes, oh, with the lions, and everything's so beautifully drawn, and it uses you can really feel Dave Perry's humour coming through, and it just uses the Spectrum palette beautifully. I'm probably like you. I mean, I've got two problems with it. Well, not really. The first, not really a problem, but it's just, I think there's more charm for me, at least, with like Everyone's a Wally, just because of the setting, because it's like in the UK.
Very British, isn't it?
British,
that way, references that way, yeah.
Although this is nice when you can go underwater and all of this stuff, and I do get the reference of Treasure Island Dizzy, and I love the humour. The problem I probably have with the Wally Weeks, and it's, to be honest, it's actually a lot of them are a bit like this, where I think the reason that Dizzy is so fondly remembered and loved even today, and Wally Week less so, is because the actual puzzles make sense in Dizzy. You know, what you pick up.
Yes. Whether
they're a little bit like off the wall, like you mentioned, with like flip-flops to go over, or boil the crab and things. Now, it didn't really bother me as a kid, and I don't think it bothered you either.
No, it seemed easy to solve as a kid, but if I played this with fresh eyes today, or even when I was because I've long forgotten many of the puzzles, just a few key ones, like are referenced here, I'm stuck on how the hell did I manage to complete this as a kid, even without pokes, is beyond me. That was a far better game, because I had time, I suppose, but you know, everything's such rushed in this adult age. But I started getting very impatient as well nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, I love this game, and I didn't get it until the 5-star games compilation, which was great. It had Zoids, Back to School, and 3 Weeks in Paradise, Spin Dizzy that we mentioned, and Equinox. It was a great compilation, and I always made my money go further with compilations. But no, this is, I can see why he's put it on the list. Probably Everyone's a Wally would have made I would have probably put that as the best in the series. But it is interesting for people to go back to, one, because of the great humour and graphics and uniqueness of the gameplay, but the fact as well that it's an early game by Dave Perry, who of course went on to do such great things. It's always interesting to see where, you know, these gaming gods and greats, where they started.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Brill. So should we go on to the next one then?
Yeah. So number 75. Halfway there.
Yeah.
Have to do my maths right. Right, so number 75 is the year 1985, and it's the one and only Reglar from Romantic Robot. So, what did Stuart say about this one then? He said, there are, of course, hundreds of games which ask you to swallow your biological pride and play a worm, but Reglar is undoubtedly the number one. Beautifully animated graphics, bright lush colours, big scary beasties for enemies, and classic arcade adventure gameplay made for a game which could have changed the public perception of hermaphrodite non-vertebrates forever. If anyone had ever bought it. Reglar had all this and heavy metal too. Why don't you ever get free soundtrack tapes with games anymore?
Yeah, I didn't. That's quite interesting to hear.
Yeah, so what you had was The Moons of Jupiter by Alexander Goldscheider on side B, so I'm not really
I don't. You
familiar
don't think
with it.
worms, do you, Brady? You don't think of little worm pootling along a maze and a heavy
No,
metal.
I mean, I think for me it'll be there's a worm at the bottom of my garden and his name is Wiggly Woo. That's all I know. So.
Or nobody loves me, everybody hates me. I think I'll go and eat worms.
Exactly that, yeah, for sure. Do you want to describe this a little bit for the listeners?
I'm going to pass it to you because it was for me. I was wandering around and
Right. Okay.
I had no idea really what I was doing with this.
This was a game that eluded me. It's a game I wanted to get back in the day, but there was no copies ever in the shops. Never saw it. I just looked at the lush graphics on the magazines of the time. More Source, Sinclair User, I think, used to do full page advertisements on this. This and William Wobbler. Do you remember William Wobbler at all? That's another game that
Yeah, vague memories. Only I think because you'd
it was
mentioned
very elusive to find, and I couldn't even get a pirate copy of it. Some pirate I am. But yeah, in later years come emulation. Eventually he's like, I'm firing up Reglar. And you play a worm out racing against other worms in a marathon to be the first over the finishing line, which is quite good, to be honest. I mean, it really feels older than 1985. I will say that, right? It does. You're talking a year earlier, or, you know, late 83, early 84 kind of vibe to it. But I do love, it's quite unique in many ways. I mean, you just run about the gardens and avoiding all the other insects, picking up objects, you know, energy things to feed your energy. And yeah, he's right. I mean, there's a creepy spider that comes in. It absolutely scares the bejesus out of you when it appears. So,
quite creepy, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very spectrumy, this game, in all honesty. Debate if there's a hell of a lot of fun in it, because the trouble is the worm's Reglar's horizontal movements are fine. He can move left and right, but up and down he goes diagonally, and that makes it a bit more fiddly to get through some of the areas, you know. So you do definitely get lost trying to find your way about the game. But you know, there is a charm, and there's different sections to the game as well. So when you leave one area, you go into another, and it is very visually different. So
It's got a lot of charm, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Although, no, I was just gonna say the one thing is I'm beginning to think he's not a worm though, because on the cover it looks more like I don't know, some sort of like
a grub
or something. But more than that, he's got bones, because when he dies, he crumbles with bones, and you see like the dead symbol is like a skull.
That's
Well,
right.
I don't know a lot about bugs and etymology, but I'm pretty sure they don't have bones.
It's a puppet, Paul. It's a puppet.
But no, it's yeah. I mean, that makes sense with the running thing. I didn't really know what I was doing. I was just happily wandering around until it said game over, to be honest, which I probably would have done as a kid. And Yeah, it's unique, isn't it? I mean, it's not one that I've got any real memories of or anything like that. I do think, though, the development house name of this is Romantic Robot is a brilliant development house name, and I think they should or publisher, and I think it should be rekindled. I think that's a brilliant publisher.
Yeah, it's a good name. It would be a great development house. Somebody bought that name today, definitely.
And you know, Wizword put it as position 43 on his top 100.
Okay.
So there is definite some love. I will just add, actually, because I forgot to say, on 3 Weeks in Paradise, World of Spectrum People Vote gave it joint 10th as well. Okay. So really good. Yeah, it's an interesting one. If you're looking for a copy, like a first-hand copy, you might find it cheaper. It did appear on your Sinclair in October 92, so issue 82. So
yeah, I gave up by that point,
you
know. So
yeah, but it was a free game along with 7 others that they released. None of the others look particularly great or ones that I know, but Reglar was their star game to shout out.
Cool. So that's us halfway through already, down to 75. Wow, amazing.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Good list. So, just as a little break for a moment, we'd really like to thank friend of the show, Gary Arnott. Now, you might have seen the flyer or the poster for this particular episode, and Gary himself has painstakingly recreated the big final issue front cover of your Sinclair and just done our twist out of RGDS and done the YS Top 100. It's stellar work, Gary. Thank you very much. An incredible job you've done. Really appreciate it.
Amazing recreation of it. I mean, I love the Your Sinclair. I actually own the physical last copy of Your Sinclair, and he's done a great recreation of it. Talented man. So
I can't work with crayons like he does. I'm hopeless. So
yeah. Well, they don't let you have anything sharper, do they?
Nope, not at all. I'm afraid. You know, that's it. Lethal weapons after that.
Right. So we go on to. Should we go on to 74 then? Because I'm
and it's your turn. So what have we got at 74?
Yeah, so we got a real classic here. Number 74 is Pang by Ocean. This came out in 1990. It was a 128k only version, so you couldn't play it on your, it had to be a plus or +2, +3. And I think everybody knows. I mean, it's based on the classic arcade game by the Mitchell Corporation, and this is a fantastic port. But let's see what Stuart has to say about it. While this curious Galaxians meets The Prisoner slice of harpoons and balloons tomfoolery isn't actually as original as everyone thinks it is, what's undeniable is it's one of the best straightforward old-fashioned arcade games the Specky has seen in a long time. A superb conversion of the coin-up, Pang is a game that will have you blowing up bubbles forever. Not to mention punching out your friends if you play the infuriatingly novel 2-player option. So do you want to describe to our listeners I'm sure everybody knows Pang, but to America it's the Buster Brothers, isn't it? They call it.
That's correct,
But do you want to describe the game?
Your little character basically goes on a world tour with lovely static backgrounds, Mount Fuji and Taj Mahal and things like that. But the main premise of the game is there are bubbles on each of the level. In that sense, then, when you shoot them, they split into two, you shoot them again, they split until they get down to a reduced size. So it's like you had alluded to before, it's a kind of take on asteroids in that way, isn't it, Paul?
Yeah, that's how Stuart had alluded to, but yes, I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. It's It's a very addictive game. I really love this game anyway. And when I did get it on the Spectrum, I was absolutely blown away and addicted with it. I do find, two-player can be fun, but it's a lot harder because if they rush, you play with some people and it's like watching some people play Asteroids and just shoot everything and the screen gets too busy, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's too populated with things that can kill you. It's best just playing it a bit more paced and playing it yourself, I think, this game. Really enjoyable. I like the limited power-ups that you can get for it. The balance is really good. I think on the Spectrum now, as excellent as it was back in its time, retrospectively looking at it now, the sort of digitised backgrounds are a bit sore on the eyes, to say the least, but it doesn't take away that it's still a very playable and solid remake.
It's impressive, yeah. It's really impressive considering that it's on a Spectrum. I mean, I never owned this on the Spectrum back in the day. I had I first came across this on the Amiga, and the Amiga was an amazing port. And that was
excellent port, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Perfect. So it was always difficult. I've tried it now and again, going back to it, but it's always difficult to go back to the Spectrum version. But from looking at it less with nostalgic eyes and just as a technical marvel of being able to squeeze a game like Pang on the Spectrum and to get it running at the speed, and albeit 128K Spectrum, this is a technical marvel and it's a great version. I totally understand why it's on the list. One of and I certainly agree with what Stuart is saying about punching out your friends, because I literally fell out with a friend for a couple of weeks over the game Pang.
It wasn't Charlie, was it?
No, this was way before Charlie.
Before Charlie,
I think it was Roy, I think it was. Yeah, just somebody in the distant past. But we fell out big time over this.
Briefly talking about Charlie, I will never play a two-player game with that rancid farting man again.
I know. It's his. I told you, it's his secret weapon.
It is his secret weapon. Yeah, he's losing the game. That's you're playing him at Mortal Kombat, and he just lets an egg bomb drop. It's like, finish him.
Now, of course, what Stuart was alluding to when he said it's not as original as everybody thinks it is, because of course in 1984 you had Bubble Buster, which came out by Hudson Soft on the Spectrum, and that essentially was like essentially Pang, but a lot more basic graphics,
less arcadey as well.
Less arcadey, but that's what he was alluding to there. I mean, across the board, this was pretty popular. I was surprised didn't appear on either Graham's list or Wizword's list or the World of Spectrum, but it did appear on Crash, and they put it at a whopping 13th position, which I think is
a bit high.
But they were commending its 17 locations. They said the best bit is the great two-player mode, the detailed graphics, and the essential pickup weapons, and the worst bit was
commending 17 locations. Drisky, the best game that you love in the world has 10,000 landscapes. It's called Sentinel.
The several thousand circles of hell. Yeah. And they said the worst bit with those. They did like Cuba, the expletive balloons. Is what they is what they said. I think Pang. I get it. I get why it's on the list, but I think by this time I was going around my mates playing the Amiga whenever I could, and I got my Amiga. I think it was early '91, so it wasn't that much overlap before I could play like the wonderful 16-bit version.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point. When we're talking about the 90s now, the Spectrum's days are numbered, and it did well to survive a few more years. I mean, give it its due, but the 16-bit home computers, whether it be the ST or the Amiga, they were taking huge foothold by this point now, so it's but it's still a remarkable.
Oh, it is, and I think to people that perhaps slightly younger than both of us, you know, that because often at this period the Spectrum was a hand-me-down, wasn't it, from older brothers, or you know, people had got it because like it was a cheap computer.
Yeah.
And therefore, I can imagine the nostalgia that you would have for this, because it's just undeniably it's a solid port of the arcade game. Right, should we go on to number 73 then?
Yeah. 73 is you got to eat your spinach, keep healthy, and smoke a pipe. Apparently, that's how you get the girls. I don't want a lady who looks like olive oil. She's a bit of a dog. Woof, woof.
Yeah.
So what one about? Number 73 is Popeye from DK Tronics, not to be confused with the arcade game. This is another Don Priestley, excellently coded piece of software, and it really shows off the Spectrum's colour palette and its ability to do big graphics. But more than that after we hear what Stuart has to say about it. So, the Spectrum's strain in technology was stretched to critical mass by this incredible game. The truly gorgeous graphics, where characters stretched half the height off the screen and were packed with non-clashing colour, stunned everyone who saw them. But they were only part of the appeal of a tricky arcade adventure with more imagination than most of its contemporaries put together. Don Priestley, the programmer, took this still further with his subsequent and brilliant trapdoor games, but Popeye was still the original and best. Well, I disagree with that. I appreciate saying it was the original one to show off, and yeah, it has, you know, it still lingers fondly in my memory, but sometimes that's not necessarily your best piece of work. Once you've perfected that technique and moved on, like with Trapdoor, you know, you come into something better. But anyway, enough about Trapdoor. Popeye, would you like to describe this at all, Paul?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, so if you're not watching the video version, it's sort of difficult to describe, but Don Priestley was known for his massive sprites. I mean, truly, like half the screen size sprites. And his characterizations, the way he captures, in all of his games, there's so much humour he captures in the face because you've got that size to play with. I think in terms of visuals, this has captured the Popeye comic strips and cartoons more than any other Popeye game. I really do. It looks wonderful. It's got so much charm. Gameplay wise, it's just you go around collecting the hearts, isn't it, of olive oil.
To win over our affection, you collect all the hearts. That's right. Yeah.
It's got Blue Toe wandering around, and and as I say, you can see olive oil looking out the window.
A bit like Romeo and Juliet in that way.
A bit like Romeo and Juliet. It's gameplay wise, it's not that good, if I'm honest. It's a little bit slow and clunky. It does frustrate. I mean, I remember being caught. I did own this back in the day. I think I had it on budget label, and I was caught in two minds with it. One, I was just like, because I was a huge Popeye fan, and I was amazed by the graphics and how wonderful everything looked. It really looked like the comic strip coming to life, but I never really got what the hell I was doing. I mean, I knew I was getting stars, but it's very easy to get hit because of the slow speed of everything, and it was a bit of a frustration. So yeah, gameplay wise, I don't think it's that good. I mean, what's your memories of this one?
Yeah, I got it round about as time it came out, being like yourself, a massive Popeye fan. Love those cartoons. The animation style is just absolutely fantastic, and the humour as well, of course. And yeah, as much as you are impressed with the visuals, because they're some of the best visuals on the Spectrum, there's no denying that. But the way
it is impressive, yeah.
Anyone unfamiliar with Priestley's work with these kind of games, and we covered Benny Hill's Madcap Chase before, which I think refines.
I really like that. I like them, but yeah,
absolutely.
Because that's a fun game, isn't it? You got the.
It is a fun game.
To back it up. Yeah.
That was about the only one of the games of the British TV show conversions were like, to be honest.
Yeah.
So yeah. The games are split into 3 layers, so foreground, midground and background. So there's things that are going on in all these areas and you have to be on the right level to do it. So if Bluto is in the foreground, as long as you're in the middle ground or background, there is no collision with him or any obstacles in your way, but you can go through doors, go up lighthouses, go underwater. It's really clever in that way, but I think you're right, it's just, there's a downside to the big colourful visuals, and that is a latency when you press the joystick or keys for movement. These games have always had that. It just depends on how much forgiveness you give that kind of thing, and just enjoy the entertainment value for the game that it is. Now, in modern age, under emulators or on the Spectrum Next, you can up the frequency. You know, so you can, so let's go up to 7 megahertz or whatever, you know what I mean? And the game runs at a more better pace, to say the least, and it makes it more playable. So you've got that option now. I suppose it makes the games just a wee bit more enjoyable that way, but not to take away that Priestley gave the Spectrum an aesthetic we didn't think was possible, basically.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it's an interesting game to just play for a little bit in today's world if you haven't got the nostalgia for it, just to see how it captures the cartoon and the comics. But yeah, you probably won't stay around that long once the sheen of it wouldn't be in my top 100. I would have chosen many other Don Priestley games over this one, I think.
Yeah.
Right, should we go on to the next one then?
Yes, please. Your turn to read out.
Yeah, so this is an interesting one. It came out in 1986. So this is number 72, and it's Hijack by Electric Dreams. So let me describe what Stuart says, because this is one that I know we've covered before, and I played it, and I've always struggled with it a little bit gameplay-wise, but I'm probably hand it to you to describe it. But let's see what Stuart had to say. Most of you should already know how good this strategic epic is, because we gave it to you free on a cover tape a couple of months back. Still, it doesn't hurt to mention it for the benefit of any latecomers. This is a game which proves the Spectrum is more than capable of holding its own when it comes to the game of depth and intelligence. Surprisingly atmospheric, Hijack was also one of the most original ideas in years. The fact that it didn't sell more is more of an indictment of the game buyers than of the actual game. Take the padlock off your brain and give this a go. You'll be pleasantly shocked. So, do you want to describe the game? Because I must admit, I never really got what I was doing.
So,
with this.
basically, there's been an airplane hijack, right? So you're working in the high power, whether it be the White House or wherever it's meant to actually be, right? But you need to put a whole spin on the thing and deal with the crisis. So it's crisis management within the game. So you could, go down the route of raising funds to pay the hijackers. You can go down the route of TV propaganda. The choice is yours. There's quite a lot of good range in that sense in the game to de-escalate the crisis on the airplane. Even dissuading the hijackers. It just depends on the negotiation tactics. But how you're not the negotiator, you're not the SWAT team going to shoot them or whatever. You are just a suit and tie guy in an office, or the offices, the halls of the corridors of power, going in to discuss and encourage each, whether it be a congressman or someone in power in each of their offices, to try to get the outcome that you want. That's the basic premise of the game. Quite complex to do. You can get lost within the maze of the game, because you're going in elevators to the different floors, and
it's great graphics. Really
very good graphics. It always looked impressive. I think going back now, some of the rooms all look a bit samey, so you forget whose bloody office you're actually in. That's but it is a respected game. I was gushing about it. It was just an honourable mention for us a while back, Paul, and but I think, to be honest, and because I do remember this now after you reading that, it did come on the cover tape, and that's where I played it. But for some stupid reason, I don't know why, I was getting it muddled up with, even though it's a completely different game, just my memory was merged with playing Deactivators as well. I'm going, it's a great game. But see, going back now to this, and I remember playing it as a kid and thinking, I was enjoying it. I don't think I understood it that much, but now it's not a game I want to play now. I think that's its trouble.
I think you just need the patience. It's one of those you really got to put a lot of time understanding the game. That's quite complex in some ways, and it's so difficult in today's world where there's so many other games you could be playing.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't really sort of comment on this. I've sort of played it. I think when you mentioned it before, and was wowed on the graphics. Playing it again for this, again, graphics impressive, but yeah, I was lost, and I didn't really have the inclination to learn what the hell I was supposed to be doing, even reading the manual. I got as far as reading the manual, but the one thing I would say is David Shea, who did this game, he did the Specky port of Ikari Warriors, and he also went on to work on the programming of Alien Trilogy.
All right, yeah.
And Star Wars Unleashed. So he's gone on to do quite a career of some sort of AAA games there. So, really good.
Oh,
yeah, interesting one.
Yeah.
So, shall we go on to 71?
71, my turn. So, Drisky, it's time to relax. There's the clue, folks. Yeah, so, it's Frankie Goes to Hollywood by Ocean in 1985. Now, let's see what Stuart says about this. Remember Frankie, the most controversial band of the 80s? Parents said they were a classic example of a Catholic education gone wrong. But didn't the kids just love them? Ocean stunned everyone, first by buying the licence and then by resisting the temptation to cobble together a quick rip-off platform game. Instead, they presented us with one of the most insidiously charming and bizarre games they'd ever released. Only a bug which prevents it from being completed properly kept this one from the top 20, but still a bona fide classic.
Yeah, and I think it's testament to the game that I never really knew about the ending bug, because even though I just wandered around, I didn't really play it.
Oh mate, I never knew it was a bug for years. You got to 99%, right? Filled all the histograms at the right hand side, and you just thought you were doing something stupid, and why can't I win this game? Because I was just absorbed by it, not getting it at the time fully. I still probably don't quite get as an adult, but many drugs were taking when this game was created.
Yeah, you do get that sense with the Denton designs. They did think outside the box.
Yeah, very, very quirky. And let's celebrate that, though. You know what I mean? It's not run of the mill or anything like that, but
originality was king.
So how do we describe this then, Paul? I mean,
I'll let you describe.
Yeah, basically the main character is living in sort of Mundainesville, and I think that there's a murder that happens, and I think what you gather is the shock of this murder, which wants to make him escape this gritty and horrible reality of life and go to some more whimsical and fantastic places. So, for whatever reason, then you can go into all the terraced houses and search cupboards and switch TVs on, and look down the sofa for the you don't know what you're going to find down there. But everything is, you can interact with everything in the screen. Now, how the game then goes into all the mini games that it's famed for is by finding things like floppy disks or VHS cassettes. Therefore, you can insert them into such a television or a home computer, and it opens up a portal that you step through. And there's some wonderful mini games that my most memorable one was the Talking Heads one, which was just the Cold War battle between Reagan and Gorbachev, spitting their rhetoric at each other at either side. Really liked that level, but
very satirical, the whole game in its way. So it's having something to say.
Yeah. I mean, memories yourself of it?
Yeah, I loved it. I mean, this is one that I got on that Magnificent Seven compilation that I mentioned before. And even at this point, I'd started to understand that Denton design, to keep an eye out for them, because, over the spectrum, they also did Where Time Stood Still, and of course The Great Escape, and I didn't like Transformers, but that's the side. I mean, when they were making a game they wanted to make, that they really went above and beyond, isn't it? And yeah, it uses great use of the Spectrum colour palette. You know, when you see the terrace houses, it looks beautiful with the little yellow paths and the red doors. And, you know, as a kid, to be honest, I didn't really know particularly what I was doing. And, you know, you had the murder and all these like mini games. But for me, it was just, it was discovering a world within my little computer. It was just so unique. And, you know, as you say, everything was so interactive. I just never seen anything like this. So I was very engaged with it. I don't, you know, I mean, going back to it today, I don't spend that long on it. Going back at it today,
it's a thing of its time.
It's a thing of its time, yeah. But you know, this is what the Specky is all about: real imagination, and the 8-bit overall. Really, the 8-bit period is that imagination, and where people were willing to take risks and do something weird and different. And I totally agree with it being on the top 100. I don't think we put it on our top 40, but Wizword put it as number 20 on his list, his top 100, and Crash put it at position 61, so reasonably in the same ballpark as this one, even higher. They said best bit was enormous fun in an abstract kind of way. Worst bit had little to do with the band itself, and it really didn't have anything to do with the band, did it? No. I mean, apart from the Pleasure Dome, which was a reference, which is basically where you're trying to get to, isn't it? It's but unique game. It's definitely to people who don't know the Spectrum and just want to see how off the wall games got and interesting. It's definitely one to sort of boot up and give a go.
Yeah, I mean, I've never understood really much of Samuel Taylor Coleridge's poems and that Xanadu, which the Pleasure Dome comes from, and Kubla Khan and all the rest, right? I mean, but when he was a spy for the British Crown in China, he was smacked out his tits on opioids all the time, you know, so... You know, no wonder he wrote such surreal poetry. But so, you know, it just all merges into me. I don't have a clue what's going on. But at least you did get the single cassette on a B-side of Frankie Goes to Hollywood's Relax, didn't you?
Yeah, but as you say, if you had the game, and I certainly had, probably from my sister, had the the album that had it. I mean, it was such a popular, isn't it?
We all had it. It wasn't a selling point that everyone who owned it had it already. So, you know, you're just wasting. Now, I can't remember, was it on the B-side or was it on a separate cassette on there? Because it was a big box. I actually can't remember now.
Well, I think, to be honest, I didn't get it because it was, I got the, say, Magnificent Seven compilation. I had the compilation, so that didn't have it.
Yeah, but, I just genuinely couldn't mind her.
No, but I mean, if it was on the B-side, I guess the idea is that you'd play it from your Spectrum, on your tape player as you're playing the game to put you in the mood, isn't it? I guess that was the idea.
Yeah, because the game wasn't going to put you in the mood in terms of Frankie. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, good game. Glad it's on the list. It was nice going back to. Shall we go on to the next one? We're on 70. We're getting through it.
Hey, 70.
Yeah, and this is me, isn't it? Reading this.
It is you, yeah.
Yeah. So this is G-Force by Eurobyte, and this is a very early game, 1983. And it's essentially a clone of Tempest, but putting it on a 2D plane, rather than sort of the geometric shapes. But let's see what Stuart has to say. Of all the Tempest games available for the Specky, official or clone, G-Force is almost certainly the most obscure. This is a bit of a shame, because it's easily the best. Forsaking the tricky geometric-shaped webs of the original for straight rectangular screens, Eurobyte used the extra freedom this gave them to produce a game that looked like no other on the Specky. Big, chunky graphics zipping around the screen in huge numbers and speed that refused to let up no matter how much was happening on screen. G-Force recreates the spirit of the original coin-up better than anything I've seen. So this is one that was completely new to me. I'll go to you, Kingy, then. So do you want to describe it to our listeners?
I had this on a pirate tape back in the day, a compilation I got off a friend. So, yeah, it is I suppose you could say it's one of the earliest demakes of a game you've ever seen. So, like you said, the Spectrum could have easily have handled.
Well, it proved it was Star Wars, isn't it? If you can do Star Wars,
Yeah,
you can do
exactly. The whole vector thing, or vector
Recreation.
illusion. Yeah, it's it can be done. So I did early doors and early years. I did like it and recognised it for what it was, because Tempest always had a profound impact on me in the arcades, because it played and looked like no other game, especially with the spinner and rotating the craft around the outskirts of the geometric shape. So it plays like it, and it's all right, but it kind of has a bit of a feel of a typing listing, to be honest, even though it's in machine code. But the creatures behave in the same ways, the X red things, when they get to the outside perimeters, they start doing that, rolling thing that they do. The spikes start getting longer that you can shoot back, but it's simply not Tempest, and it's just an interesting. Well, one it has no place being in the top 100.
No. This is clearly which is
from a
no
curveball
bad thing.
here.
Yeah, this is Stuart Campbell has, and he's done it on every type of list that he does. He will always have his personal favourites that mean a lot to him, as we all do when we compile lists.
Yeah.
But he always includes them, and I don't see that as any bad thing, because it introduces you to, well, it certainly introduced me in this instance to game that I would never have come across.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
That's what a top list of anything should be, in my opinion.
Yeah, but if you look at this early period, right, and it's like any games from this period, monochromatic style graphics weren't even considered. They always used the full specky palette, didn't they? I mean, give it its due. So it's a brightly coloured game, like many of the old ones are, and that's what makes me remember it. It's just being impressed with those bright visuals when playing it. I mean, it's a fast game, but I just think
fast. It's visually it's fine. It's not Tempest. I mean, because it's not the geometric.
Because you are just stuck at the bottom as well. You can't go, even though it's 2D, you can't go up the sides and be up the top. It is just the bodies come from the top, and you're at the bottom, and you have to shoot upwards. It's as simple as
it's like
that.
someone's rolled out that 3D shape and then put it flat, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's essentially it.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's an early Spectrum game. I can see some love for it. I can see why Stuart perhaps has fond memories of it. It wouldn't be on my top 100, but no, didn't think it was a terrible game by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
So should we go on to the next one? 69.
Number 69. Here we are. Fanar. Victor's laughing already. Where's Kenneth Williams memes when you want them? Yeah. Right. So this is an absolute fantastic tennis game, and it's Match Point by Scion, and it came out as early as 1984. It did. Yes, 1984. So what does Stuart say about Match Point? For some bizarre and unexplained reason, tennis has always been one of the most popular subjects for computer game writers. Indeed, Pong, the first ever video game, was a tennis sim of sorts. Match Point is one of the earliest attempts on the specky. I can still show all the subsequent efforts a thing or seven about natural, uncomplicated but flexible controls, understated but beautifully animated graphics, a wide range of skill levels, and other options to ensure that players of all ages, talents and attention spans get never-ending enjoyment out of it, unsurpassed in its field.
Yeah.
Well,
totally agree with that.
I am in the camp that thinks that tennis games haven't really evolved all that much now. I do love this game, and I know you gush about it, but the Virtua Tennis series by Sega is incredible, and it really is. But I find it still doesn't offer that much more than Match Point, and this is still my go-to tennis game to this day yet. It's just still gorgeous. I think the animations are really nice on it. It has a very fluid game of tennis, doesn't it?
Very impressive, very impressive. Even got the ball boys. You don't get that in Virtua Tennis, of them running out, getting the ball and putting it back.
Yeah, because initially, because I completely forgot if the ball boys, when they were in there, were just kind of ancillary and just, you know, static background things like the umpire, just to give a bit more effect off the courts in Wimbledon or whatever.
Yeah.
But as soon as you hit the net, there they go, running, scuttling across to pick it up. Quite impressive. I know you're easily amused and impressed back when we were kids, but the bounce of the ball before serving and just the way you feel you've got control over the ball. Yeah, it's brilliantly done.
It's only like sort of, I mean, a bit more than stickmen, but it's essentially like a silhouette of the tennis players and the ball boys and stuff. But there's so much captured in the animation, and it plays just as smooth as games like Virtua Tennis, obviously not without the, you know, that's all in 3D and everything. But for 1984, up until Virtua Tennis, I think this was the best tennis game. I just don't think it was anything had sort of beaten it because of the physics. Of course, this was made by Steve Kelly. He's major person for the Spectrum. He did Checkered Flag. He did Scrabble. Computer Scrabble and many of the early games. And of course, he went on to work for the Bitmap Brothers, as being one of the Bitmap Brothers. And he, of course, did all those classic games that we love on the Amiga as well. Indeed. Very talented program. Very, when people talk about great programmers, they always seem to leave Steve Kelly off the list, and game designers more than programmers, just people that can write a good game. And Steve Kelly definitely deserves a bit more love, I think. Really good. I can't. I'm like you. I think you can't stop singing its praises. As I say, it's one that I loved back in the day as a kid. It's definitely one I played, and I think it must have been even more impressive with, if you got it back in '84 when it first came out. I mean, I think I got it a few years later.
Yeah, I used to play this with my brother a lot. It was very competitive, playing it in two-player mode. Just brilliant stuff.
Nice. Fab.
We're on to 68 now. Your turn.
Yeah, so 68. This is another interesting one. It came out in 1985. It is Tapper by US Gold. I think everybody knows what Tapper is. It's a Bally Midway arcade game. Bizarrely, it was published in the home port by Sega. But I think everybody knows what Tapper is. It's a bartender. He pulls the pints. The characters come down the bar, and you've got to both give them their pints or pick up their empties. And it's very frantic and fast in the arcade, as it is in the home ports. But let's hear what Stuart has to say about it. Tapper, or as it would have been called if Codemasters had released it, Advanced Barman Simulator. Yet the sole purpose in life for your character in Tapper was to serve drinks to a never-ending flow of thirsty punters who were apt to sling them in the length of the bar if their soda wasn't delivered promptly. Cleaned up from the arcade original, where the glasses were filled with beer, this conversion nonetheless retained all the frantic fun of the coin-up, with a fair touch of humour to boot. Oh, and the dancing alien girls were worth seeing too. So, do you want to take it away and explain the game a bit more?
Yes. This Tapper is an indulgence in stress management, and if you like those kind of games where it is back to the old spinning plates type of thing, you will absolutely love it. So you have your barman near all the draft taps, and all the punters are coming along the long drinking tables, and they're approaching towards you. So the only way to fend them off and stop them reaching you is serve them beer. Now, the minute you serve them beer, they slide back the way, and if you're lucky enough, they actually get slid right out of the entrance, and therefore the idea is if there's no one left in the hall, it's level complete. But easier said than done. 9 times out of 10, the punters maybe stop about halfway, guzzle their beer, and then start throwing the glasses sliding back towards you. So not only do you have to, stop their progress, you also have to run and collect the beer glasses before they smash on the ground. But if you don't serve these thirsty, very thirsty punters their beer, they pick you up and slide you across the table. Thankfully, what you get to slow them down a little is the ones that do remain and drink can on occasion leave you a tip. And if you run and collect a tip, can dancers come to distract them with dance on the stage, and it gives you time just to, gather your wits about you, and therefore you can progress to the next level. And that is pretty much Tapper.
Yeah, and it's got that mini game as well, and you got that little.
Oh, of course.
The sort of like the naughty guy. He shakes all the cans, and then he mixes them all up, and then you've got to choose the one.
Choose one that isn't going to
isn't
mixed.
out.
Yeah.
It's got different environments, as you say, like you're at a festival or what have you. Yeah, I mean, this is a really good version of the Tapper arcade game. I mean, it's got everything really. Well, certainly in the early levels, I wasn't good enough to see all the way through. But in the early levels, it seems to got everything you have in the arcade. There's a lot of characterization to the characters. Sometimes when it gets busier, it's difficult to see how many because they sort of all overlap. They're a bit cleaner in the arcade.
That's right. And if you think there's maybe 5 there, and there's only 4, you fire rapidly 5 glasses, and if you do fire one extra, it'll smash at the other side and you lose a life. So it's like
I've just never liked this arcade game. That's the thing. I'm not good with stress management, and I find it too stressful playing this game. And I think it's testament that this is so like the original that I get just as stressed. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be on my top 100, but I get it. If you like Tapper, this is an impressive port, basically.
Yeah,
I think that's all to say on it, really.
Yeah.
Should we go on to the next one then?
Let's go.
Yeah.
How's your karate, good sir? Yeah.
Terrible.
Right, so 1985 gave us Way of the Exploding Fist from Melbourne House. And it's a very revered player versus player martial arts fighting game. And before we had Street Fighter, before we even had IK Plus, we had Way of the Exploding Fist. Fantastic game, but let's more gushing on that after we hear what Stuart has to say.
Yeah.
The first real Spectrum beat 'em up. Well, it's not actually. That's Bug Bites Kung Fu. But anyway, and still the best. Fists crisp, elegant graphics, instinctive control system, wide range of moves, precise collision detection, and crunching sound effects make it more than a match for anything which has been released since. You really do wince when your fighter takes a punch in that sensitive area and crumples to the ground. It's this character that makes Fist stand head and roundhouse above all the competition. Inscrutably beautiful. Well, it is. It really is. It's my least favourite genre, but I loved this back then. I don't play a lot of these type of fighters at all. I like a good scrolling brawler, beat 'em up, but not these ones where nowadays it's all modern combo moves and I just can't be bothered learning them. I thought, albeit that Fist is a more slow-paced one, I really loved the limited moves on it, and because you can block the moves as well, and just to try to, because it's all about first hit wins, just like in competitive karate tournaments. So there's no energy, as soon as you punch him in the ghoulies, or that pivoting roundhouse kick to the jaw, which is absolutely fantastic. I think you'd agree that that's this game's equivalent of the beheading in Barbarian.
Yeah, it's instant. And that's the thing. If you've sort of grown up on your Street Fighter 2s and the like, it can be a bit of a shock, this sort of one hit. But of course, that's a bit like with Karate Champ and things like that. I was always on the ER Kung Fu side of the fence, which of course, one of the distinctive things by that was that it was based on the energy bar. It was one of the first to have the energy bar.
Sure.
But no, I can't take anything away. It looks gorgeous, lovely backdrops.
Oh, really nice backdrops, yeah.
Really good animations, variety of moves. I mean, you can really sort of pull them off. One of the things, this was made by Greg Barnett, he of the Discworld games fame. So, yeah, this is like one of the early games. Yeah, I can't fault it. I mean, I did play it and love it back in the day, but I've always gone more towards the different characters and the speed of jumping around everywhere of Kung Fu. It's just,
I mean,
just
like
a personal preference.
You like the fluidity of that, and I appreciate that, because that's another excellent conversion on the Spectrum, really enjoyable to play. In fact, I like the Spectrum version better than I do the arcade, funnily enough. But
I think it's such a good port, and it came with my Spectrum Plus 2, which was my first Spectrum that I owned.
Yeah.
But this is, universally well loved game. Wizword put it as number 31 on his top 100 list. World of Spectrum, so that's the people vote, put it as joint 90th position. And Crash gave it 56 out of 100 on their top 100 list. And they said, best bit, incredible fun as you twirl around, kicking the living daylights out of the other player. Worst bit, learning all the moves. And that's, I mean, it does make a credible roster of moves, considering you've only got a joystick and one button, isn't it?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so yeah, no, good game. It definitely deserves to be on the list. This is, it's one of the greats, really.
Right, 66,
Should we go on to the
mate.
next one? Yeah, so 66 is Splat with an exclamation mark by Incentive. This is an early one. This came out in 1983, and it's basically a force-scrolling maze and pickup game, is how I would describe it, but I'll get you to describe it properly. But let's see what Stuart had to say. Speech on the Spectrum, eh? Mostly it went... But in Splat, the joyous yippee your character Ziggy, an X with legs, let out after completing a level was crisp and coherent. Amazingly, though, it was just about the least impressive aspect of this enormously original and monstrously addictive scrolling maze game, where your character stayed in one place and the maze moved around, and the edges of the screen were the game's main danger. Deceptively fast-paced and always exciting, this is the kind of game that you just never see anymore. What happened to all the new ideas? See, even back then they were decrying
Originality.
the lack of originality. So do you want to describe it? Cause,
I mean, that
struggled
little
to
bit of
describe
blurb
this one.
really does describe it well. But that's right, you control this little X-like spider creature that loves to munch on grass. Now, surrounded in the perimeter
I
of
thought he was eating bush.
Fanar.
Sorry.
So surrounding on the perimeter of the game is the red wall, which kills you. So the rest of the maze moves, and there's black walls within. They don't kill you, but you can get trapped. So it could be moving to your right, and you see some things you want to eat upon, and you go do a risk going that direction because it could change in a minute, and that leaves me in a really tricky predicament. And yes, all of a sudden you're in that very enclosed area, and the camera, if you want, decides to move north up the way, and it's like, shit, I'm in the worst position possible. So it's all about taking a chance, but also just going with the flow of the movement of the screen. And you think level 1's hard, wait till you try 2, 3 and 4, because what happens there is the speed of the movement picks up pace, and it really gets frustratingly hard. But I've got a lot of fond memories of this, played this back in the day and really did enjoy it. Don't really go back to it much these days. I do think it's another one of these games that's a a game of its time. But back then, although it looks quite basic, don't underestimate it, because it is an addictive and enjoyable game.
Yeah, I think it's one that I need to give a bit more time to, because obviously so many of these games were new to me that I had to sort of play to at least get an opinion, and this was one of these. Why is this on the top list? But maybe I just was being a bit grumpy of sort of playing through, because I can see that there's definite fun. Just got to make sure you don't touch the edges. It's easy to get trapped as well, isn't it, with as it does the scrolling. Incidentally, this was made by Ian Andrew. Now he would go on to do Dark Side, Total Eclipse, and the 3D construction kit with Ian Morgan as well. So interesting game. Not probably for me necessarily, but it's good to hear your memories of it.
Yeah, it was. How did I come across it now? Probably a pirate tape, I'll be honest about that. That Voyage of Discovery, just loading up game after game, just when I've got your parents have went to bed at night, you're meant to be bed there, and it's like, it's a Sunday night, and I don't want to go
this
school
reached
tomorrow.
budget as well, doesn't it? So I don't know if it was originally on budget or what, but it was certainly the cover, which looks great actually, like a blue monster eating grass. Lots of stuff going in the background. It was part of the $1.99 alternative software range, so maybe that's how you picked it up, through the budget label.
No, it was definitely a pirate tape. It was
definitely a pirate tape.
Oh yeah, 1984 pirate cassette at older age, definitely. Yeah. Never actually saw it on budget anywhere. Don't recall so anyway. So yeah, interesting game. Yeah. Right, number 65, mate. Now, I know this is a favourite of yours, so you'll be gushing about this ridiculously, but what I'm on about here, and this is Batty, which came out in 1987. It wasn't even released. It was, a cover cassette on such said magazine, your Sinclair, and everybody loves it. There you go. See, etched in this man's memory here because he loves it so much.
I do.
So before Paul goes into it in a bit more detail, let's see what Stuart says about it first.
Yeah.
This is still the best Arkanoid style game available for the Spectrum. Better, in my opinion, than even the hugely popular Arkanoid 2. With fast, smooth, clear graphics and serious level of challenge, you'd think this would have been a huge chart success. But Batty was never even released as a full price game. It's criminal. First a cover tape freebie with Britain's brightest and biggest Sinclair magazine. You're reading it, dolt. And then a budget game. Batty was the best game Elite never put their name to. So Paul, although described as an Arkanoid clone, you want to just go into a bit more detail and give it a bit of explanation?
Yeah, so... Well, first of all, this, as I say, came out issue 22 of Your Sinclair. So it would have been in, what was it? This would be October 1987. And I always remember the cover, even today. It had this, not to do with Batty actually, but it had like a sort of Japanese plane fighting in the Pacific, flying towards the camera with like a bomb ship in the background. It was really exciting cover anyway. But it had this tape on it. It just said Batty, and it was a single game on the tape. And this was quite new concept. This was before the days when you used to get like 8 or 6 games on a cover tape. So to get like a cover tape with a full game was really, really exciting. But what I don't think anybody expected, certainly myself, when you picked up this game, is just how good this was. I mean, why Elite didn't release it like full price? This could have easily been full price. I think it's the best bat and ball game on the Spectrum. And it's one of my favourite bat and ball games of all time. It's got really clear visuals. You can see it uses the Spectrum palette beautifully, so you get all that bright yellows and all the colours. All the power-ups that come down are all clear what they are. Runs at a fantastic pace. Works really well with the joystick. It's clearly been sort of like designed with that in mind, of course.
You don't even even if you're a joystick player, Batty has 2 buttons, left and right, and okay, maybe fire, right? You don't need a bloody joystick for
No,
that.
you can use the keys. You can use the keys. It depends where you got the rubber key. I could never get used to the rubber keys, but yeah, I adored this game, and I remember like my sister who'd never really showed much interest into video games. This game, she was like, well, what are you playing? And she got addicted to this one as well. It was one of the few games that she really loved. I love it. I mean, what's your memories of this one?
Mainly playing it in 2-player mode with my mates. That's what I really loved.
Yeah, the 2-player. You could take turns. Yeah.
So there was if I remember correctly, was not a little barrier at the bottom that prevented you from spilling into their half of the screen. So you had to section up the game. It wasn't, you couldn't have someone dominating the match by going, I'll get it, and running left and right. You had to defend your court basically. So it was great. It was absolutely brilliant. And for a guy who first played Through the Wall on the Horizon State, which is probably one of the worst bat and ball games you can play on the Spectrum, then loving Arkanoid, especially the Arkanoid music. I do love the 128K tunes on that, and I've got a soft spot for Arkanoid as well, of course I do. But this plays better, it's more fluid, I think. Well, there's far more levels as well, isn't there? So
60 levels, it's ridiculous. Yeah. Really. I've never seen those 60 levels, apart from watching Zeus do one of his playthroughs, which I think nearly broke him actually. He's just amazing, isn't he? His gameplay, I don't know, his mean feats of skill really is. Yeah,
very good.
Yeah, but that's what I think we can say with that. The one thing I would say, Wizword put it as number 61 on his list, so it did make his top 100 as well. Strangely, not really, because the Crash must have been spitting feathers. It didn't make their top 100, because this was a real coup, wasn't it, of course, for your Sinclair. Yeah. Right, so we go on to the next one then.
Yeah, your turn, 64.
Yeah,
mate.
my turn. So, number 64, we have Buggy Boy by Elite. This came out in 1988, and of course is a solid port of the arcade game by Tatsumi. And for those who don't know, it's basically a large buggy sort of going around an obstacle course, and you basically get to each of the checkpoints. I do think the C64 and Amiga versions were better than the Spectrum. But let's see.
The 64's got a tiny sprite. It's nothing like this game.
It's nothing like the arcade.
Don't give the Commodore any credit. That's just not happening. I'm not buying this.
It is a really impressive car sprite, which if you watch the video version, you can see. It's plug. But let's see what Stuart has to say about it. Is this the biggest sprite ever seen on the Spectrum? Probably not. See Popeye above. But Buggy Boy had more to recommend it than a huge, colourful dune hopper anyway. A racing game without breakneck racing game pace. Buggy Boy compensated with beautiful graphics, lots of varied courses, and imaginative and addictive gameplay. Steering a buggy across a precarious and obstacle-littered bridge on 2 wheels is a challenge for the most talented, but this game's main attraction is pure and simple sweetness. If that seems a bit intangible concept, play it. You'll see what I mean. So yeah, I mean it's an impressive port, isn't it? Considering the sprites is absolutely huge, like in the arcade. Sometimes it's a bit too huge for what you're trying to do. It's a little bit more slow, obviously, like the C64 and the Amiga runs at a faster pace. Obviously, Amiga could do pretty much an arcade perfect version. It doesn't have other cars, which is good. The other dune buggies, like the arcade, none of the home ports have that. Yeah, I mean, what do you think of this one? I mean, obviously,
I was impressed with it back in the day because I don't think, to be honest, I mean, if it had been a triple monitor game, the main Buggy Boy rather than Junior, You were never really going to see it. I think you said you seen it down in Blackpool.
I saw it once saw it once in Blackpool. But
Yeah,
never again.
that'll be a sight to behold. So it wasn't something that ever appeared in my local arcades. So you were excited, just about. Well, the game just looked great because it was the colour on the Dune buggy. It was very colourful, and racing games were and still are all the rage. A good arcade racer. We've professed our love for that genre many a time in many a podcast, Paul. So my love for it was instilled in me way back, even at this period. And yeah, it's got its flaws, of course it does. A bit slow down, a bit limited, but I got a lot out of it. And I think you still enjoy either the buggy leaping up in the air, or when you hit the little stump, it goes onto its two wheels, the way the skidding goes to avoid the many misplaced fences and trees. I mean, that's some road or even off-road with all this random crap in the road, isn't it?
Yeah.
But what I liked about this the most is for many of the tracks, not them all, but many of them, they're start to finish tracks, so there's no laps to do, so there's no repeated things happening. And I do like that in a good racing track where you aren't just doing the same loop and remembering things that you need to avoid on your second pass or third pass. This is all new to you as you go along, and it's really exciting. So yeah, I think the only downside is it tells you the coloured flags you have picked up, right, and your bonuses from that, but on the actual play field they're just all black, aren't they? So you don't know what you're actually collecting.
Yeah, it's a shame with that. You do wonder why they couldn't have made the flags different colours. I guess colour clash is what they were worried about.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm solid. The only problem I probably have, as you say, is it is not just slow. You got the lag. So sometimes it can be difficult. And the other thing is the size of the obstacles are also too big, really. So there's times where in the arcade there would be a way through and you don't really get a way through on the sort of Spectrum port. But having said that, I mean, for what, compared to a lot of other arcade ports of the day, this was really impressive. Just once I got my Amiga and had that version, I couldn't go back, really.
No, I understand that. Yeah, for sure.
I didn't make any of the other lists apart from Crash. Crash put it as number 81 on their top 100. They said the best bits: good racing fun with decent sized vehicles to belt across the course. Worst bit: difficulty to see exactly what's going on when the road fills up, and that's very true. That's kind of alluding to what I was saying about the size of the obstacles. Yeah. Anyway, should we go on to the next one? Because I know this is a real favourite of yours.
It is a favourite of mine. You're absolutely correct. Now, I referred to this just a few episodes back when I was speaking about my getting the Spectrum for Christmas and getting the 6-pack, and this game came with it. What I'm on about is Scrabble by Scion, and this is released in 1983 by the very man you were gushing about earlier there.
Yeah, Steve Kelly. Yeah.
Steve Kelly again. So we all know Scrabble, so let's see what Stuart says about that first. This is really touching. Scrabble plays a great version of the classic word game with an 11,000 word vocabulary in just 48k. Its most endearing feature is that if you enter a word like kvar on a triple word score box, it'll ask you if you're sure it's a legal word, and then you reply yes, and it actually believes you. What's more, it adds the word to its vocabulary, so if you use it again, it won't even question it. Now, that's what computers were always supposed to be about. None of this taking over the world nonsense. Play Scrabble and feel superior. That's true. That. Yeah. The thing is now playing it now and adding some like modern words that were never part of the vocabulary back then, like say selfie. There's a good example of that. It will challenge such words, but back to what he said there, right? 11,000 word vocabulary. Now, do you know the average person how many words roughly they know?
Depends which part of the country.
Very true. But supposedly it's meant to be between 20 and 30,000, right? But
Wow.
in saying that, in the way Scrabble comes up and your limitation of, you know, you're not always going to get 7-letter words, tends to be about 4 or 5s, you know, or skillful, smaller words that cross-section. Because it's like a game of tactic, not just words, isn't it? As everybody knows, because you have to know the value of your letter and land on the right tile, which gives it more points. But
Yeah.
it's still a mightily impressive list of words the game has, and I adore this. I mean, as a kid, when you first got it, and it was, you're not interested in that. You know, you want arcade games, you want to shoot things, but then when you played them, you put it on and realised this is actually quite decent. And now I had not come back to this in many years, Paul, and playing it for this, I was hooked. So, in a way that I was playing a few games and then I'm bored of them now. I want to actually go back in another round of Scrabble against the computer. It's a very good component in the Spectrum because there's skill levels to choose. And it's just fluid, it works. I love the way the tiles juggle. I like how you can choose if you want to see the computer think and it tries words out. It actually feels like you're playing against an opponent rather than just artificial intelligence. And it's held its place. It really has stood the test of time.
100%. Yeah, I mean, this is as good as any of the Scrabble ones. I do find it such a shame you can't really get Scrabble on modern consoles and things, because I love Scrabble, I always have. But this, it's just absolutely crazy that in such a small amount of memory, Steve was able to not just squeeze so many words, but actually it's it's a beautiful looking game, really. I mean, it's all clear which are the triple words and the double words, and as you say, very good AI. Well, perhaps I'm overselling it with AI, but the computer components opponents are really, really good. I mean, they give you a genuine challenge, isn't it? You don't feel superior when you're playing them unless you cheat.
Yeah, it'd be interesting in terms of writing a rule set for the computer to understand from the 11,000 words it knows, right?
Yeah.
And also the illusion of skill level and its intelligence as well, to give a learning curve for the opponent so the whole family can play it, from the youngest of children who play at level 1, or thickos like me that play at level number 2, or it's really done well, and I really like this one. And like you said, yeah, you have words with friends and other variants, but what you're saying is the official Scrabble. That's what you would like to see on, even say, your Switch.
Yeah, I mean, on phones you can get official Scrabble, but it's full of like adverts and things. I want the days of being able to play Scrabble.
You want this on a modern device.
Essentially this. But to be honest, this is just as good. I mean, the only other Scrabble game that I think is impressive is the one on the Game Boy Color, if nobody's tried it. That was actually done by Matthew Smith of Manic Miner fame. Cool. And that's also like a labour of love impressive.
Then you can play Scrabble whilst having a dump. Now you're sorted.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think it's a great one, and considering how early this was in the Spectrum life, another game that cements the fact, what a genius Steve Kelly is. I mean, you think of all every single game he's done is a different genre, and yet he's knocked it out the park, isn't it? Yeah. So kudos to him, really kudos. Right, so we go on to the next one.
What have I got?
Yeah, so this is a budget game, but that's no bad thing. So, but keep in mind this was £1.99 back in the day. It is, for number 62, it is Thrust by Firebird, which was a British Telecom's label. And let's see what Stuart has to say, and then I'll let you describe it. Another budget-only classic. Thrust borrows heavily from classic arcade games like Asteroids and Gravatar, and then adds some serious physics to produce a tense and tricky game of precision manoeuvring and panic-stricken blasting. If you've never had the opportunity to battle against a level 4 planet with reverse gravity and a heavy pod swinging beneath your spaceship, threatening to slam you against a cavern wall in the blinking of an eye, then you just haven't lived, buddy. Can you believe that this lovely was only $1.99? I can't, and I bought it. So I think he's described it quite well there. So do you want to describe the actual game, though, the actual purpose?
Yeah, for sure. It obviously made its way to fame originally in the BBC Micro under a full price release from Superior Software, and it was just revered, to be honest, because of the inertia and the physics in the game. So you play this spacecraft that has to enter caverns. I mean, on the first level, it's just on the surface of the planet you arrive at, but simply is you must collect the orb that is located somewhere within the labyrinth. You can't touch the walls, you can't land on the ground, but for every time you do reverse thrust, you use up energy. So you have to really, have your finger on the pulse with this one and don't overuse your thrust. The thing is, even if it didn't have limited fuel, the inertia really kicks in, is like what Stuart said on his little piece there, was when you're carrying the orb and you start moving, it starts swinging and you wobble and you get guided out of your pathway and glide into the walls now. But there's also defence mechanisms and gun turrets that fire at you as well, which makes it more difficult. So you have to take care of them with your bullets as well. So you have to go in their direction before you pick up the orb. There's fuel dumps to pick up as well, but they're always located in quite tricky positions. But mainly this game stands out. I think it works so well because of its vector aesthetic. So it's very minimalistic. The main craft's vector-like. I mean, there's some things that are a bit more solidly shaded, but even the walls of the cavern are just lines, aren't they, Paul? So
yeah,
it's very basic, but I don't think this game needs to be any more than that. I think it's visually gorgeous. And I mean, it's stealing the Lunar Lander.
Yeah, I was going to say
really.
Lunar Lander. I mean, of all the games it apes, this is like the sequel to Lunar Lander that you never got. So rather than Lunar Lander, where you got like to beat the physics and land safely on the moon, this is actually to the other level where you've got to very quickly go through caves, even take out enemies, pick up your fuel so you can sort of like carry on through, pick up then an orb and then have to deal with the weight of that orb. So, that's sort of counteracting, so it's more difficult to fly, and then get to the surface and then fly up, I guess, to the mothership.
Well, I'll tell you as well, on the later levels, right, the gaps in the caves are very narrow, and it's not just your ship that can't collide with them, it's also your tractor beam and your orb. And it is just frickin' difficult, especially when there's the switches to shoot that open passageways, and it's a limited time as well. It's great fun, definitely great fun, but you need to spend the time on this to be good at it. You will die so many times playing it, but I think some of the deaths are hilarious when you lose control, when you're swinging like a lunatic, like a out of control pendulum, basically, in low gravity. It's just brilliant.
Yeah, I think it's particularly as a budget game, this is really impressive. If you've never played it, it's definitely, and particularly if you love things like Lunar Lander and the early sort of games, this is really, really good game to sort of pick up and play. I had a lot of fun with it, certainly.
Right then, so number 61, Drisky. We're getting through these very fast now. It's a long episode, but it's still great fun. So, what is at number 61? Well, we had Hudson Soft bringing us Eric and the Floaters in 1984. Now, if people want to see where Bomberman came from, its origins are in this, but more on that after Stuart's little piece. Crude, jerky graphics, simplistic gameplay, awkward control keys and dull, lifeless control are just a few of the features which completely fail to wreck the appeal of this strange and brilliant little arcade game from Japanese software house Hudson Soft. The only thing it really had going for it was the incredible addiction brought on by its deceptively tricky nature and Tetris-style finish the screen or go big but risky bonus dilemmas. But then, what else do you need? That is still getting rave reviews in slightly revised form on console machines as proof of just how timeless its appeal is. Yeah, so he's referring to Bomberman on modern consoles with that little piece there. You can see the origins. It is Bomberman, very crude, very basic. You probably get bored with it quite quickly, but the premise on this one is to pop balloons by dropping your bombs in. The balloons must get caught in the crosshair, just like with Bomberman. There's walls that can be destroyed as well, and on this game you can actually, right from the outset, drop off 5 bombs, but my god, the Spectrum can't handle that. It almost goes into cerebral meltdown with jerkiness and that when you do it. But yeah, very impressive game for its time, and it's good to see the origin seed of something that became much, much better. Would you agree?
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, of course, like Namco had done Warp and Warp before, and they'd and clearly Hudson Soft had sort of taken the idea. Level 2 was sort of like the idea of exploding the bombs. Actually, that had an interesting feature where the longer you held down the fire button, the timer would be different, which was quite a nice idea.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I mean, all the core elements of Bomberman is here, isn't it? The sort of like the explodable, certain bricks are explodable, others aren't. And then you've got your enemies haplessly going around. In these cases, they're balloons, and you know, you're setting your bombs. It's still got the same, like, you're frothing at the mouth frustration because you get yourself trapped as you can do.
Of my life,
yeah. It's a classic, and it's particularly interesting to see, particularly how, you know, because this is Hudson Soft, so this is the true origins for their Bomberman, so it's particularly interesting in that regard as well. I had a lot of fun with it, and definitely agree. I mean, this is a really early one. Was it 84 or 83, did we say?
It is 1984. Yeah, 84.
84. Yeah, so really impressive game.
Yeah, obviously it would have been released on, I think it was released on MSX in 83, you see.
83,
Hence with it being MSX, you would see a Japanese software house developing for that, but it was just easily ported across.
Very similar hardware, isn't it?
Yeah, so Z80 processor, so yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, good one. I'm glad it's on the list. Didn't make any of the other lists, other people's lists. So
no.
So shall we go on to the next game then?
What we got now, mate?
Yeah. So this is number 60. We've made the 60s, end of the 60s. We're nearly on the 50s, the final 10, and this is not in 3D, but not as in to tie a knot. K-N-O-T. Knot. In 3D by New Generation, and this came out in 1983, very early game, and of course it's done by Malcolm Evans, he of 3D Monster Maze fame, and Trashman that we covered in this top 100. Very, very clever programmer with always coming up with original ideas. That was his big thing, wasn't it, with Malcolm Evans. But let's see what Stuart had to say about it. New Generation were one of the first software houses to write for the Sinclair machines. For me, this is the very pinnacle of their achievements. A kind of Tron-light cycles game, but set in 3D spherical cube. Look at the game and you'll understand. Not looked incredibly bizarre. To play it, though, all you needed was a keen sense of spatial relations, fast reactions, and your reward was a gameplay experience that could be nothing short of breathtaking. Completely unique and absolutely gorgeous. So I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy, because I was feeling the Sentinel vibes here. Although it's very fast, actually. I know I got the idea. It's a 3D version of Tron Light Cycles, but you have to
Yeah.
deal with all directions, which fried my little brain.
I mean, it's easy for us of our generation and at this time when it was out, because this came out a year after Tron, to refer to that. But it's going to be Blockade, a 3D version of Blockade, I suppose, or Snake, whatever you want to call it. But
Yeah.
whatever it is, people get the gist of what it is. But to have a 360-degree 3D interpretation of it is incredibly more taxing to play, because you cannot see the play field. You don't have that spatial awareness that's required. You must have to rely on just fast reflexes. So
And it
you have
goes
your
at a right pace, this, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It's
you have
amazing what
your-
the Spectrum's doing.
Oh, incredibly. You have your trail that follows you. Obviously, you can't see it until you turn back on yourself. So you're one colour. And there's other racers that are other colours. Now, you don't see any vehicles. You just see the lines. They just keep appearing and growing and moving in length, just like it would in Snake or whatever, or Blockade. And the idea is just to survive as long as you can, just like in the game. So it is just the same basic gameplay, but just made a lot tougher by an intertwining 3D environment. I mean, you can only move 90 degrees in each direction, so it's quite jerky. So it is.
That would be awful.
Right,
yeah, doing multiple things.
Yeah, Vomit Comet, you know. There are variants. There's a remake of Not in 3D that is more. You can just move fluidly, by the way, that does exist.
That
But
sounds like...
yeah, you could turn left and all of a sudden it's like, oh my goodness, there's a line in front of me, so you have to dip down and dip back up and go through holes that have been created. It's a really hard game, but I loved this back in the day. I adored it because, well, it was in 3D. It looks crude now and you can scoff at it now, but back when this came out, it was just visually impressive, just filling up the screen like that in lines. It just almost just painting it in some ways, if you know what I mean. But I just love trying to survive. Now, you didn't get a direct death on this game. You had a number of
Good job,
faults.
'cause
And
you crash a lot.
You crash a lot, yeah. So there's an energy bar, so to speak. But also there's another bar that tells you the density of the arena that you're racing in as well, and it does get filled up. But what surprises me, and you'd think anybody's thinking now, surely with all that information and data filling up a play area, surely there must be some kind of slowdown happening on the spectrum of that. But there wasn't. That's the thing. It was so impressively coded that I don't know how he made this work and happen on 48K and limited processor and that, you know. It's impressive, really good.
It is really, I mean, really impressive. This was one that I was aware of, but I didn't own it back in the day. Going back, without the nostalgia and things, I could see why this blew someone's mind away. It does quickly, in today's eyes, become quite a mess on the screen. It's very easy to make a mistake because it's just partly because of the speed but also with there's so many lines, if you imagine, and of course each of those are 3D blocked lines. It quickly fills up the screen, and finding ways through is really, really tough. But the I can't fault it. Really impressive. I think this would work very well in VR. You saying?
Oh my God, can you imagine? I think you feel 3D. Quite nauseous after that after a while, but
probably
it would be good in VR, definitely.
But seeing it in true 3D, because I think that would help it. But like with all of his games, just imaginative, technical marvels. Yeah. Interesting game, and glad to see it on the list.
Actually, now you mentioned that, then modern games author Stephen Smith, who listens to the show, he's been doing Spectrum adaptations in VR. So he's done Exelon, he's done Attic Attack, he's done Monster Amazing VR. Stephen, if you're listening, here's your next challenge, mate. Not in 3D.
I need to try those. You have to find the show notes for that.
Yeah, I'll add them onto the show note links.
Love to try some of those games.
Yeah,
interesting to see.
They're really good. They're really good.
Awesome. Right, okay, so we go on to the next one then.
Number 59, it's my turn.
Yeah.
Well, who likes a bit of athletics here?
Not me.
I do. Not in the real world. You know,
Oh, good. I was a
Listen.
person that used to hide when it used to be cross country and then
Yeah,
come at the end.
yeah, but I heard you were the fastest person to the chip van at lunchtime,
Oh
mate.
yeah. That's it, yeah. That was my particular sport. Yeah.
So what we're on about is Hypersports by Imagine, released in 1985. Obviously, the conversion of Konami's sequel to Track and Field. Hypersports is a really good game, but let's see what Stuart says about this. Hypersports, or the game that smashed 1,000 speckies. Joystick waggling or keyboard pounding, multiple sports games were all the rage back in 1984 after the coin-op Track and Field, later converted appallingly to the spec on an Imagine compilation. I've never seen that, so I need to check that out. Gave millions of arcade athletes blistered and bleeding hands for weeks, attempting to recreate more thoughtful than the rest, calling for skill and timing, as well as pure brute force. But that didn't mean your machine wasn't going to take the most fearful hammering anyway, as you strained realistically to lift the 250 kilogram bar in the weightlifting section. Violent but beautiful, just like Wild at Heart. Yeah, do you want to describe this one to the listeners?
Yeah,
Paul?
but I mean, I think everybody knows these sort of games.
yeah.
So this is track and field style of game, but it has quite a wide variety of events. There's like swimming, archery. The archery is quite good overhead, and you've got to time it as it's a moving target. The weightlifting that it mentioned, but it's also got all the usual ones like running and one of my favorites, the skeet shooting, where you've got to like shoot with your double barrel shotgun, the discs in the air, isn't it, and stuff. It's another Joffa Smith game, and you can see, it's a quality port that he did here. It's everything you could hope for. It is one that I played back in the day. It was one that I got on that Konami coin up hits compilation that I mentioned with my Spectrum Plus 2. I enjoyed it. I mean, I think for me, and I've just always been this way, I've never really... These games come into their own when you've got like fellow gamers with you, and I was always quite a lone gamer. Bless me.
No, I do understand that, and I do like, and I still am a lone gamer 9 times out of 10. My mates did play this game, and I played this game with mates, but my preference was solitude and gaming.
Well, it wasn't really. I mean, it's just simply my family members just weren't really into gaming at all. So, my brother was 10 years older than me, and my sister 7 years older than me. They in many ways, they were a different generation to gaming. And then, my friends tended to, it wasn't their first love. Football was their first love and things, the neighbours nearby. It was only like when I became older and started, being able to go further afield that I was able to find like-minded souls that loved gaming as much as me.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I can't fault it. This is a really good port. I think Hyper Sports is a really good sequel to Track and Field. It's basically more of the same. It's got the humour. I love the little character. He's like the the BT runner, isn't it?
Yeah, he does.
Adverts.
Yeah.
Clearly, they based it probably on him.
Very
because this
possible.
came out first. But it's got the hop, skip, and jump as well. There's lots of new ones. Any more you want to say on this one?
I think I had a good balance of keyboard bashing events and ones like the archery that was more getting the angle and timing the firing off the arrow to the moving target. So I really enjoyed that. And the favourite was the horse vault, which was made more famous on the brilliant TV show First Class, hosted by Debbie Greenwood. I think it was everybody's first crush, to be honest. Did you ever watch?
No, I never watched that one.
We had kids from it. Oh, you missed out on classic TV. We had kids from our school on it, and they failed absolutely miserably on it. And think of the walkie shame when you come back to a school like mine after it. Obviously, they knew they had lost because it had been filmed, say, 6 months prior or 4 months prior. But
Yeah.
you're sworn to secrecy about the results of these things. So the day after it was aired on TV, it was like everybody was pointing them like it was Donald Sutherland at the end of the remake of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, you know.
Oh god, that must be awful as a kid.
Yeah, but no, I do love this. I mean, I fell in love with Daley Thompson's Decathlon.
Yeah,
anyway.
that's probably I attended the Daily Thompson one as well.
And I'm just going to torment
Pinnacle.
Paul for a little minute. Go and pronounce that author's name again who made Daley Thompson's Decathlon.
Oh god, you're putting me on the spot. What's his name?
Christian Urquhart. It's just because you remember you'd never liked pronouncing the word Urquhart because it's a very Scottish.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm just being cruel. I'm sorry, Paul.
You being cruel? Surely not.
Surely not. Like talking about being cruel, this next game you can be cruel to people. What game is it? What next?
Oh
Paul?
yeah, no. Well, actually, just to say with Hypersports, just before we wrap things up, Wizwords put it as number 21, so a lot of love there.
Yeah.
And Crash put it as number 66 on their list. They said the best bits, the variety of events, and the small but wonderfully detailed sprites. The worst bit, the amount of busted joysticks. So I think that summarises it pretty well.
Indeed, yeah.
But let's talk about the next one because I really love this one. This was a special game to me. It is number 58 we're on, and it's Operation Wolf by Ocean. It came out in 1988, and it's a really solid arcade port, of course, of the Taito original arcade game. I think everybody knows it. You had the joystick shaped gun, the plastic gun that vibrated, wasn't it? And you shot your way through. It was such a huge game back in the day, and it's one that I always made a beeline whenever there was like a fair or go over the arcades. I would always have a go in Operation Wolf. It was a huge game, so I was excited for a home port of this, and the Spectrum didn't disappoint. In fact, I would say it's one of the best home port conversions of anywhere, possibly the master system maybe, but for home computers I think this is the best one. But let's see what Stuart has to say about it. More than anything else, Operation Wolf is a triumph of 8-bit practicality over 16-bit aesthetics. On the big machines, this is a great looking copy of the arcade game, made unplayable by disc swapping. But the specky version packs in all the arcade thrills in a fast-moving game of massive slaughter, where the action never lets up. A mindlessly violent game, Op Wolf spawned 100 clones, but none of them matched it for sheer brutality, speed, or slickness. This is such a good game that you won't even miss the plastic machine gun. So I think that's a good summary there. Do you want to say to our listeners, particularly how the Spectrum port looked?
Yeah, I mean, I was like day one adopter, for this game. You were just so excited for it because it was the big AAA one of the arcades that all the kids in school that went to the arcades were speaking about. You actually queued to play the arcade game because it was taking people's pocket money, and so fed up off spending such said pocket money. Yeah, it's time to get this at home because the magazine reviews were fantastic for it. The sprites just looked incredibly brilliant, and especially on the 128K version, it had all the tunes as well as excellent sound effects. And I was blown away. And it's funny, it's easy enough to go back now and scoff at it being monochromatic and very, crude. Clearly an 8-bit game trying to simulate something way more powerful than it can ever handle. But I think it does it really well. I think the sprite work is fantastic on this. The pace and the speed of the scrolling from either left to right or right to left, depending on which level you're on. It's got everything. The big guys in the foregrounds, the guys throwing the knives at you, you then can shoot the knives to to deflect them, all the pickups, all the silly things like chickens and nurses carrying people in stretchers. It's got everything that arcade had to deliver in a more lo-fi approach. So you cannot fault this game. It was such fun to play, and you did feel like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Commando shooting all those bad guys.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, you know, of course, like this had like the cream of doing sort of like home ports working on them. We had like Andrew Deacon, who of course did loads, and he did some of the later ones like Adam's Family ports and things. This also, actually, I've played it since. Wasn't able to do it in back in the day, but this also is compatible with the Magnum light phaser as well. The light.
I never knew this. I always just played it with the crosshair.
But to be honest, with the crosshair, it just all moves at a fantastic pace. You never really felt like you were being particularly affected by controlling it usually with the keys, wasn't it? It was easier to do. It just a great port. Yes, it's all in yellow, but all the characters have look like the counterparts on the arcade, and they're all clear. That's most important. There's so much happening on the screen, but everything, you know, none of it becomes like a mess on the screen. Just such a solid, accurate port, and I think it's testament that it appeared. You know, Wizword put it as number 83 on his list, and Crash put this at position 9 on their top 100. They said the best bit is the rat-a-tat-tat of the machine pistol with wonderful graphics, and the worst bit, having to drag myself away long enough to write this comment. So solid. You know, Ivan Horn. It really was the other creme de la creme team of Ocean. And of course, Jonathan Dunn, fantastic music as well. Yeah. So yeah, really, really good game. A lot of fond memories. So glad it's here. Definitely would be in my top 100, just for the memories, I think.
Yeah, lots of good memories of it.
Yeah. So should we go on to the next game then?
Yeah, number 57. Who likes a good walking simulator? Yeah, probably know what it is for people that know their Spectrum games from. And we're going to the year 1985, and this is the sequel to Tir na Nog. So number 57 is Dundalach. Can you say Dundalach, Paul?
No, I'm glad you were saying it.
I think we staged these correctly for the correct pronunciation of certain games,
I was like,
isn't it?
phew. Yeah, no.
So, yeah, before we go into this, we'll read what Stuart says about it. It was hard to pick just one of Gargoyle's series of games, which also include Tir na Nog, Marsport, and Heavy on the Magic. But the overwhelming atmosphere of Dundalach won out. A whole city was yours to explore, complete with bars, gambling houses, and all manner of shops where you can even get a job to make yourself a bit of cash. Dundalach was one of the most involving games ever written, and if you haven't got one, I strongly suggest you get one. Then cancel all appointments for a week and discover it all yourself. Yeah. Now, it's a kind of Marmite game. I think many people, like its predecessor, just like to wander and explore and just be at awe with the moving citizens of the world and that. And more so in the sequel, or prequel if you want to call it that, here, is, you know, because of this living, breathing city, it felt far more organic and alive than Tir na Nog did. And I love Tir na Nog. The little monkey that kept appearing, I've said it in previous podcasts, just scared the shit out of me when it appeared and walked in. But on this one, I just love how you can walk in all the alleyways, go into all the locations, the shops, trade, barter, even speak to other people, and they'll say, you'll get a mission, a quest. You know, so early on, that things you've seen in modern games like Skyrim or anything else, this kind of thing was happening in 1984 before anyone else was making games like this. And that's what I loved about it. It just felt so impressive, and who can ever deny the beauty of the visuals, of that swagger that the main character does when he walks? It's just so impressive, isn't it? Yeah, really good. I mean, you got any memories of this yourself, or?
Yeah, so I've got loads of memories of Tir na Nog. I used to love that. you know, with the walking. For whatever reason, this sort of passed me by back in the day. I mean, in '85, it really was like that when we were younger, wasn't it? It was really you just being lucky to discover some of these games. Sometimes big games would just pass you by. I mean, going back to it, it really is. I can see why he's chosen this over Tir na nog. It's the much bigger scoped game.
Oh, it's far more ambitious. They've learned making a good game anyway, and then what's it devoid of? What does it need to make it feel different? They could have easily have done more of the same, which many authors did with sequels, and they didn't with this. It's a different beast.
Yeah, and it really is, you know, I mean, there's like street after street, but enough variety. I mean, and places to go in. It is like a sort of a very early RPG, you know, and those sort of early sort of RPG games, isn't it?
Yeah. From
the side. I guess it's one of the first walking simulators as well, like with Tir na nog.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I it's difficult to sort of play it properly with the lack of patience I have in today's world. But if I'd seen this back as a kid, this would have... I kind of find it so sad that I missed out on this classic because I loved Tir na nog, because it was one of those few games that really just fired the imagination of this entire world. And this takes it even further. This is an entire sort of like town to explore and go in the buildings and all that. Yeah, so awesome one, and great to see on the list, because it didn't make any of the other top hundreds that I catalogued. So brill.
Also, right, if you want another game that's more accessible than these two, there's a modern spiritual successor made called Neodytal that got just released in recent years for the Spectrum, and it takes more of the concept maybe seen on Avatar movies, where there's an invading force landing on a planet to, you know, pillage all its natural resources, and you're a member of an indigenous tribe, quite similar to Native Americans, to be honest. And so you're using your spiritual powers against the technologies and the drones of the humans, if you want, that come down to pillage your land. Really good, and I'll put that in the show notes. It's actually really good, and it's obvious the paths and the missions and the goals you need to do, so you don't get quite as lost, if you see what I mean.
Oh, that's cool. I'll have put it in the show notes, so I'll have a look at that one. Yeah, really good. Shall we go on to the next one then?
Yeah, what we've got next?
Yeah, so on number 56, we're getting there, because remember, just to save any disappointment, we're only doing up to 51 in this episode.
And stopping forever.
No, we will definitely do part 2, don't worry.
Yeah.
I'll make sure. Okay, 56 is Bounty Bob Strikes Back by US Gold. This came out in 1985 in this platform game. Of course, it's the sequel to Miner 24-Niner, which in turn, people say it was an inspiration for Manic Miner, but it really wasn't. I mean, they did his own thing. But Bounty Bob is sort of... ladders and platforms, has a 3D look, but it's like a painter game as well, where you have to like paint all the platforms to progress to the next level. But let's see what Stuart has to say about it. The sequel to the first ever platform and ladders game, I disagree with that, Space Panic springs to mind, and Donkey Kong. But let's carry on. Bounty Bob Strikes Back took a traditional approach to the timing and climbing style, but the screens were so ingeniously designed the whole thing was so thoughtfully done that it transcended the formula to be one of the most playable games ever in the genre. Unspecky-like graphics gave it a unique look too, and there's no harm in that. I don't particularly.
What was he smoking?
I guess this is another one that, you know, it's like with all games. Sometimes you just click with a game and that's what you love.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I mean, this is a fondly loved game, particularly obviously on the Atari 8-bits.
For sure, yeah.
I've played it on the the Atari 50th anniversary compilation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I don't like it even on there. So it's not for me, this game. But I mean, what do you think of it? And
Well,
do you want to describe it a little bit more?
Well, firstly, I'm going to have a little bit debate with you and put it up to a poll to the listeners here. How are you pronouncing its predecessor game?
I will always say it's Minor 24-9er.
Whereas I say Minor 2049er. I mean, this is the Atari... What? Revisited? What number of Atari would it be, Paul?
I refuse to say. I plead the fifth, even though I'm not American.
Right. Anyway, we'll get on to the game. Yeah, I mean, it's a single-screen platforming game that I think can be refined a lot better. I think it's quite unforgiving. I think it's very hard to land on the platforms you're trying your best to land on. And it's just all a bit ugly, to tell the I mean, I get what he's trying to say here. It's about very unspecky-like graphics. They're trying to simulate that more blockier Atari 8-bit pixel look, but I just think it looks absolutely ugly. But yet again, we've played many an ugly game where the game's mechanics are so good that you can see past one thing because you get a lot of enjoyment out of it. I just don't even enjoy the level design. I don't like, there's doorways to go through that teleport you to the higher levels or you go up ladders. There's creatures that go about that you have to pick up objects to make them go green so then that you can... Yeah. It's not just the gun, it's everything, isn't it? The plant pots, birthday cakes, whatnot else, and then they go green, you jump in their head and you can clear the creatures, but it's not clear.
You can't fall down far at all.
You can't fall down far at all, but the way some of the levels are laid out makes you think you should be falling down to them, and that's where the problem lies. So you go, I can drop on that platform below, and in this game, if you fall off anything higher than a curb, you're dead. And it's pretty frustrating with that. I just think it's a janky mess, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be quite as harsh, but I mean, it's not for me. I think there's so many other better examples that he would have gone for. But, I mean, I don't even like the original ones, the Atari 8-bit. So, I guess this game isn't for me, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think what's more confusing on the later levels, you've got, the chutes that you can slide down. And it's just hard to see what way they go and how it works. What was that? You just fart there. What the hell was that? Was that blown exhaust, was it, Paul? Oh dear, we're keeping this in now. Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear, I've got tears down my eyes now.
I'm sorry about that.
What did you have for your dinner tonight? I can smell it from here.
Oh.
Yeah. Bounty Bob's arse strikes back.
I think that was my ass giving its opinion of the game. Oh dear.
We'll be back after this quick break. He's back.
So So do you want to do the next game? I think we're better.
I think we better move on now. Yeah, we'll be here all night with your shite. Right. So number 55 is The Brilliant Saboteur by Darrell, obviously written by Clive Townsend. Absolutely brilliant, kind of James Bond inspired infiltration game, but more on that after we read Stuart's little piece on it. Famous, well, it depends on how old you are, for being the game that didn't give you any points for shooting the dogs. So why bother, as the manual pointedly asked. This was a masterful piece of psychology, as the guard dogs on the installation you were trying to sabotage snapped at your heels so annoyingly that you really wanted to kill them, but couldn't because your conscience wouldn't let you. This, of course, meant that you got yourself killed with embarrassing regularity, but you just couldn't bring yourself to do anything about it. Damn sneaky. Oh, and it was a great game too. So
this is a great game.
Yeah, you want to give it a little description, Paul?
Yeah, so according to the blurb, you play a skilled mercenary trained in martial arts. You're basically this sort of ninja dude in effect, isn't it? You're like a SAS kind of character, and you know it was just so ahead of its time in terms of like you started off sort of like swimming up to the pier and then climbing up the pole.
That sets the mood, doesn't it? Very movie like, you know, an opening scene.
Yeah. And, you know, you're sort of breaking into the complex and you say you got the dogs and you got your shurikens and weapons that you can pick up. And, yeah, it was just exciting. You're going through the entire complex, make your way through against the other enemies. I adored this. I mean, I had this on one of my favourite game compilations, the Durrell Big Four.
Oh, that's a classic, isn't it?
Combat Links, Critical Mass, Turbo 3, and this game, Saboteur, and it was all for £9.95. And yeah, this was a really good game. It sort of fired your imagination. It felt like you were playing a movie, wasn't it? And all those action heroes, and still holds up well today. And rather coolly, I mean, I was lucky enough to meet Clive Townsend, and when he did his re-release, you can buy both Saboteur 1 and 2 as a double pack. He converted onto with a few life improvements on Steam, isn't it? You can pick it up. Right. And but he lives in my hometown now, because I mean at the time Durrell was based in Taunton. Okay. But he lives in Wells in Somerset now, so that's kind of cool. Because it's
far away from your mum and dad, or?
I don't know him well enough to where he would tell me his address.
You don't know well enough to hang outside his doorstep and stalk him.
Yeah, as a stalker. Yeah. But no, he's a lovely guy, and it was great to meet him. And yeah, this was a great game. WizWords put it as position 27 on his list. But I mean, do you want to say, because I think you probably know this game better than me.
I used to just continuously play this game. I mean, I just loved the whole, you know, infiltration thing. I mean, it was easy. The fight mechanics weren't that complex. It was one hit and you killed the guy, or if you had a weapon that you found, you know, you can search areas and find knives or bricks. If I had a brick, trust me, that dog would be dead, right? But anyway, that's just me. You back to it again, mate. Yes. Welcome to the Flatulence Podcast. This is it's like Muttley laughing in the background now. So I'll just continue while he, you know, exfoliates his arsehole, right? So yeah, nothing's really complex in the game, but the headquarters.
It's like the giggle loop. I can't help it.
You've got stuck. Yeah, it's fine. No, it's fine. The headquarters that you've infiltrated is quite large and vast, and it's subdivided into different layers, and you get in the mini trains to go between each of the sections and that until you find the main base to steal the files.
Oh, it's great when you get the helicopter, isn't it? And you make your way out.
because then it
Awesome.
countdown to destructions on you, because obviously it's a self-destruct thing, and you have to get back to the helicopter. The sprites and the graphics are just large and gorgeous. It looked like nothing else. It has its own characteristic and all the rest, and that's what I really liked about it. But for added longevity, you've got different skill levels you can choose, and depending on the skill level, determined what doors were locked, therefore influenced the routes you had to take, and even a lesser time limit. So there was great replayability in the game. But it's like now, I struggle remembering the routes. See, as a kid, I knew that whole base, you know, like the back of my hand. I don't know what it is. Younger ourselves were just so good at that kind of thing, weren't we?
Yeah, well, it's before we introduced to beer, isn't it?
That's what it is, and you're stinking farts as well. So. yeah, you're right there. You're right. All these brain cells are destroyed now. But what a classic and brilliant game. And I think it was surpassed by its sequel, Saboteur 2, Avenging Angel. I thought that was incredible as well. Just more things added to the game. Absolutely incredible. Love it. Absolutely love it.
I never really got into the sequel.
No.
Again,
She's
it's
in
just not
a
one
leather
person.
cat suit, Paul.
Oh,
Use your
yeah,
imagination.
I need to play it. Yeah. No, I need to try it. Again. This was the period where you couldn't get. I didn't know piracy particularly at this point, so it was the games I got were the ones I bought.
Yeah.
So you tend to be more limited. So,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, for sure.
Right, should we go on to the next game then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we're getting there. We're making it through. And the next game is, of course, for number 54, is Rastan. This came out in 1988 and, of course, is the really, really good home port of the Taito arcade classic. So shall I read out what Stuart had to say on it? One of the best looking specky coin-up conversions ever, with big sharp graphics and atmospheric backdrops, giving it a real feel of the epic swords and sorcery.
Here he goes again, folks. It's ruined.
Let's start again. I don't know why I can't get rid of the giggle loop.
Strike a match.
Right.
Oh dear.
Take 202. Right. So number 54 is Rastan by Imagine. This came out in 1988 and is a fantastic Taito coin-up conversion on the home port of the Spectrum. But let's hear what Stuart had to say about it. One of the best looking specky coin-up conversions ever, with big sharp graphics and atmospheric backdrops, giving it a real feel of the epic swords and sorcery arcade game from Taito. Rastan was the classiest of a whole load of generic muscle fantasy orc slashers which were popular a couple of years back, and it retains all the elegance and violence of the original. It's not the most innovative piece of design ever, but the best of any genre is always worth having, and that's exactly what this is. I totally agree. I mean, do you want to describe it to our listeners? I'm sure everybody knows Rastan.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's very much a Conan the Barbarian world where you play the long-haired, muscular man who runs about in furry underpants, just slashing at everything in its wake. Obviously, loved the arcade game anyway, but the Spectrum version, I think, really did the Spectrum proud. I love the big graphics. The sprite work is fantastic, and the rendition of that fantastic theme tune, especially each level's got their own different tunes, but the level one tune. In fact, the minute you mentioned Rastan Saga, the tune,
so good, yeah,
still comes into my head. So. And you notice it because obviously it was known as in Europe as Rastan Saga, and in the rest of the world as Rastan, wasn't it? Yeah. Nowhere apart from when the game loads on the title screen does it say, just where you define your keys or whatever, does it actually say Rastan Saga there? But on the cover art or anything, it doesn't. But it's got everything you want in that kind of fantasy world, where there's this great skeletal enemies to to battle with. There's druids and cloaks. There's better weapons to pick up, a lethal-looking axe or a sword that breathes fire. You know, pure fantasy and hard as nails, I will say about this, but really enjoyable. And at this time when this came out, this was one of my most favourite arcade specky ports.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it really captures what's wonderful with the arcade. And, you know, I adore this. It's got that fantastic cover art as well.
Yeah.
And the barbarian with an axe, like about to kill like a lizard man. And it's got that great like Rastan sort of like logo on it. Yeah, I just think this is another really beautiful port and did far better than many, put the 16-bit versions to shame. You know, it really did. This was another one that was a real disappointment when you got to the 16-bit, but on the you know, the Spectrum, it blew your mind. I've got fond memories of Rastan. I mean, Rastan and particularly Rastan was at the Isle of Wight where I used to go. So it was one of the we had a holiday home and it was like a local arcades there, like walking distance, and Rastan was one of the games that they had there. So it's always been. You probably see I always make a beeline to it in arcade club.
You do, yeah.
It's a real favourite. So
title,
lovely version, lovely to play at the game. It certainly would be on my top 100 list.
Okay.
It's just 1988. It was quite late in the day, you know, so maybe people may have missed out on it.
Yeah, I think so. Very potentially, yeah.
Awesome. But no, glad it's on the list. So we go on to the next one. We're nearly there. We're nearly there.
Yeah, number 53. Well, it's another arcade conversion. Somewhat a bit different this time. So who likes a bit of table tennis? Because this is Imagine's Ping Pong, released in 1986. Yet again, who's on the team? Joffa Smith again. He seems to have been in many of the games in this charts. But before we get into the game, let's read what Stuart has to say. Ping Pong. Great idea for a computer game, I must say. No shit, Sherlock, eh? Actually, this Konami coin-up conversion is one of the most playable sports sims ever. Your bat follows the ball, leaving you only with the playing of the actual shot to worry about. This frees you from all the tedious trogging around and makes the game an exercise in tactics and reactions. Slick presentation and brilliant music add to the enjoyment of this simply beautiful piece of software. Ping Pong is an object lesson to programmers everywhere in how to do it properly. Well, I'm not keen on the arcade version either, to be honest. I think it's a somewhat limited and boring game. Does this convert it competently? Absolutely. But how else can you just describe a table tennis game as table tennis? The bat...
Yeah, the bats are floating, so there's no like characters attached. You just have your table tennis bat. One of the things that actually makes it quite difficult to play, like in terms of accessibility, is you having to switch between your forehand and your backhand. Physics are really, really good. Obviously you have like a sort of like from not isometric, but it's sort of like angled above view of the table tennis. So like most tennis games, to be honest, the net's there. As I say, when you watch somebody who's mastered the game, I can see why this would be quite good. You can get, you know, those exciting rallies like you do with virtual tennis and a whole variety of things. But yeah, I mean, I got this with this was one of the Konami coin-up hits compilation that I got with my Spectrum Plus 2, and even back in the day, I just never really gelled with this game because it's got that extra complexity of knowing with the backhand, you know, to flip between the backhand and forehand. It's just one that you get your ass handed to you by the computer. It's really difficult to master. But you know, part of that I think is on me, really, rather than it's not a bad game. And if you like the arcade game, you'd love this. It's a faithful adaptation.
Yeah,
I mean,
think the
Wizword gave it 33 out of his
Wow.
on his top 100.
Really?
So
Right.
yeah, quite high up on his list. So there's love out there.
My main problem with this is because the visuals don't change, you don't get a different colour of table or background of audience. It seems like something you've paid full price for. It really should have been a budget game in many ways. You know what I mean? I just think it's too limited. Even if you get into the rhythm, because it is a rhythm game, like you were alluding to there. But you're just going to get bored eventually, and then move on to something else. I just don't think it was ever worth a full price title. Just a very strange license for them to pick
take
up.
on.
A job lot from Konami. If you're doing,
Yeah, I think that's
if you're
what
going to
they
do
did,
hypersports, you must do this as well, because of course any conversion they get a license for also does help promote the arcade. It's a two-way door, that.
Well, often like these Japanese developers and publishers, they just didn't really get the UK, this funny little country on the other side of the world asking for, so often they got like really low, like for a very small amount of money. So I can I can believe actually that Ocean just did a deal. Look, give us a job lot of your arcade games, because of course they converted so many.
Yeah, there'll be ones that they probably didn't even touch.
And then they just put Joffa Smith on producing them because he was a talent and a half.
Yeah.
So yeah, not for me. Wouldn't be on my top 100, but yeah, I it's not a bad game. It's just not for me. Right. So we go on to number 52. We are on our penultimate now. Right. Okay. And so this is number 52 is Jumping Jack by Imagine. It's another 1983, very simple platformer. But let's see what Stuart had to say and why he chose it. Jumping Jack is every bit as simple as it looks, but the simple graphics hides a game of almost frightening addictive qualities. All you have to do is jump through moving holes to the top of the screen. But miss one and Jack falls stunned to the ground. While he regains his composure, you can be sure that another hole will sneak up on him. One of their ever more numerous baddies, until he ends up back at the bottom of the screen, leaving even the most hardened gamer in tears of frustrated rage. This is a game that's practically unputdownable. I personally disagree with that. I could put it down quite readily. Yeah, I mean, do you want to describe it to our listeners?
Yeah, again, a bit like Tapper, it's another game of stress management. So you start as Jack, who starts at the bottom of a single screen level, and each level has so many platforms, just straight lines all the way up, with a moving gap that either goes from left to right or right to left, and it wraps round. So if it goes out the left screen, it comes in the right screen. So the simple premise is Jack must get his way up to the top. Now, that's easier said than done, because there's a lot of time in there. You can, if you jump wrongly, you bash your head on the solid bit of the floor rather than the gap, and he falls down and gets stunned. There's also creatures, dinosaurs, axes, witches, spiders, just a whole host of different zany characters that rove about on each of the floor levels as well, so you must avoid them. So it's really difficult, and so you can leap up on a level and you can wrap around as well. Now, what's at least rewarding about it, or easy about it, if you want to say easy, is you run at the same speed as the bad guys and the movement of the gap, so you can't accidentally overshoot them and fall down at least. But it's like an inverse Frogger with the logs, but a hell of a lot harder. That getting through those gaps is just so frustrating. Especially, you could be maybe up on the 8th level. You bash your head, you're stunned. The floor you're sitting on where you're stunned, the gap catches up with you. You fall down again, you get stunned again, and so forth, and you cascade all the way back down to the bloody bottom. It's like, oh, for goodness sake.
That's the thing I find so frustrating.
Yeah, it's a game that... It's one of the few Spectrum games that really did make me want to punch kittens. That's the best way to describe it. I think Albert Ball's masterpiece came after this, doing Rapscallion, I think it's a genius game that should be in the top 100 rather than this. But people do fondly remember buying this from Imagine. It'll be one of their first titles they bought for their Spectrum during the early period.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, I kind of get it. I mean, it's a very simplistic, frustrating arcade game. But it's, yeah, I can imagine when you get in the swing of it, and it's quite a lot of character to the little guy. You get plenty of lives. But I put it in the same frustration, you know, like you get with a lot of platform games where they have those sections where you've got to jump on lots of like floating platforms all the way to the top, and then if you miss one, then you go all the way to the bottom and you have to do those jumps again. And I find, you know, I do not enjoy that kind of gameplay. That frustrates me.
Yeah.
You know, and this is basically the same thing, because, you know, if you mistime the jump, you crack your head. You get a nice little animation of the stick character, or you know, you're trying to work out to line up. It's so difficult. It's all moving quite quick. But the thing is if you hit your head, it's not just, oh, I've hit my head. Because it's moving, you'll invariably fall down that hole to the next one. Or
so you hit your head and hit your arse all the way down. That's it. And
Yeah.
you're really punished for making any mistakes. It's very unforgivable.
I mean, I knowing the sort of chap that Stuart Campbell is with his love of like difficult games, I'm not surprised he's put this so high.
Yeah.
But for people like me that aren't particularly good at these sort of games, or games in general, let's be honest, yeah, I found this very, very frustrating. Fantastic. Well, we're on the final game for today's episode.
Yeah, so what we're going to end with, right, it's my turn to read it. Eh? This is a strange one to end the
part one. Yeah.
Part one on, because, to be honest, it wasn't even released, right? So, but the reviewers, I mean, you explain it, you have the information on that, but what we're on about here, this is Atari Soft's take on Robotron. And there's a number of Robotron 2084. There's a number of Robotron games on the Spectrum, successful to mixed degrees, but this is the one voted on this list. So it came out way back in 1984. And let's see what Stuart says about this. You might have read that Williams' Smash TV prequel Robotron never made it to the Spectrum, but that's only half true. It was never released, but it was written and even reviewed, but tragically and inexplicably never saw a shop shelf. A superb conversion of a coin-up many thought to be impossible for a Specky to handle. With huge numbers of enemies on screen at a time completely failing to slow down the action, nothing was missed out except for the chance to zap fans to actually buy the thing, and that's nothing short of criminal. So obviously I think most people know Robotron, the most excellent twin-stick shooter, but do you want to give it a little description there, Paul?
Yeah, I mean, it is a shame that this never got released, because it is a really bright, colourful, great conversion, really. I mean, it's certainly a lot better than any of the ones got released. There was Wild West Hero, which is kind of the same game, but with like a palette swap how they got the game out.
Yeah. But
yeah, no, really, really solid. Loads of sort of like characters on the screen. It does get quite a bit of slowdown, but you know, it's a nice variety with the control options. You could actually even put two joystick control option on, you know, like with the keys to do one for five.
Oh, I didn't know it offered that on this.
Yeah, and
well, that would work.
Yeah, I just think just awesome one to sort of like end on. Of course, in today's world, you know, you go to the arcade original and it's never going to be better than the arcade original. It's not doing anything particularly new or different. But yeah, I think it, you know, for the amount that's going on the screen, this is a nice sort of version of it. And it's just, I couldn't find out why it didn't get released, but I think it's probably obvious that it was one of those things that like Atari, the licensing deal expired, or probably was rescinded by Atari for some reason, or they thought they had it in the bag and they didn't. And real shame, but it did. Of course, today you can find it on things like spectrumcomputing.co.uk.
Yeah.
You can play the original version, this never released version. So it's lovely to see.
Yeah, I've not much else to add. I've not much else to add to it. I mean, I was only playing it on keyboard, so whatever direction I moved in, auto fire was on, which is okay. But Robotron will always be a twin stick shooter game, so I'd love to have tried it on 2 joysticks just to see what it's like. Good fun to play. Can be quite fast when the slowdown isn't affecting it. When it gets really busy, it does actually slow down, but it's an admirable attempt at it, and it's fun enough to play. And yeah, if you were given this back in the day, that's the point with it, that you would have felt, I've got a fairly damn decent version of this at home now, and you'd be pretty pleased with it. It's too late in the day to come back and play this from older eyes in that way. I mean, you'll still come and give it its respect, but there's just zero nostalgia for that. Therefore, I don't think it's one you'd go back and play often.
No, I think you're right there. I think you just wanted to throw it in the list, because it is. You wanted to shine some light on it. It's the trouble with a lot of the arcade games, isn't it? Really, the home ports is, of course, we live in this wonderful world, unlike we did back then, where we can play all these original arcade versions in the home. So I guess we live in a different world where we're lucky with things like that. But I could see, back in 84, this would have blown anybody away, and it's such a shame it never got to see light of day.
Sure. Absolutely.
Cool, we made it then.
We made it, so thanks for joining me on this one. I mean, it's only part 1, and we have part 2 to come very soon. And obviously we've just re-recorded this, as we said at the start of the episode, because we fluffed it up. So it shows our love for the Spectrum and our dedication to bring this list to a podcast episode. And I'm glad we have done it, because it's made me replay many games again I haven't picked up in many years, and some discoveries as well. So it's been good. It's been really good. It's been a good job.
It's been good. I really enjoyed. We liked it so much we did it twice, didn't we?
Yeah, exactly.
And but I'm really looking forward to like the next part when we come to do it, and hopefully I want us to do it like sooner rather than later, because there's some real classics on this.
It's a cracking
the
list.
bottom 50.
Definitely.
Overall, I think it definitely a very good top 50 list. So hope you enjoyed. Sorry it's a long one, but I'll just please try some of these games yourself. As I say, they the link that we'll put in the show notes from the World of Spectrum has actually browser links to the game to play as well. So you can at least sort of try these games yourself. And of course, the video version has like clips of all the games, so you can sort of see them in situ as well. So please take the time to check out that as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. We made it, Kingy.
We did make it, thank goodness. Maybe we won't get divorced after all now, after spending so much time away from our wives, So, it's been a good one, and we'll see everyone on part 2, sorry. See everyone in
part 2 for the bottom 50, or top 50. Awesome.
Okay.
Thanks,
everyone.
boys and girls, and keep it retro.
Bye.
Bye. Can't get rid of the giggles.
You
Right.
could be lying in bed at night and joy us about to be, what the hell are you laughing at?
Right. Oh, come on, Paul. Come on, Paul. Can you read it out?
Can I read it? Oh, dear.
All right, okay. Right. Ras. It's real. Right, okay. Your giggles are getting me. You're going, yeah.
Sorry. I'll stop, right. I'll compose.
Oh, I can't compose. Right. Number 54, Rastan by Imagine. This came out in 1988, and you know, of course, was...
Sorry for that.
Right.
Right. That's it.
Right.
Enough. Yeah.
Right. Right.